disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. Okay. They put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. No, you Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what they have in our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jerome Gayman, and I'm tuning in and hosting from the great state of Florida. I am in the South, the great city, the great market of Miami, Palm Beach, Orlando. Here we are. Today is beautiful. The weather is 91 degrees sunny, but it's windy. The breeze from the Atlantic Ocean makes it very, very accommodating, beautiful to be in the state of Florida. Well, lately we've been seeing all the NBA stars, NFL stars, the NHL stars. Everybody is down here on South Beach having a great time. Either they are on some yacht, on some boat, or just chilling. That's the paradise of the United States. So if you are in the United States visiting, call me and let me hook you up. Come on to Florida. But in the meantime, let us get to news. There's a lot to discuss. We talk about politics. We talk about great events. We talk about some scandals. And we will talk about some law. Our first section, we will be hosting a great statesman in Emmanuel Weti. Weti is an advocate for the diasporans to have the same right, political right to vote, to have our dual citizenship, to have some teeth, to hold our politicians responsible to give us the same rights that they have in Liberia, especially when we are donating heavy amount of money to the Republic of Liberia. They can't only come to us when it's election time and they need money and they need help. We are sending close to $1 billion annually to the Republic of Liberia. Don't you think we should have a voice? We should have the right to vote? What is there to be fearful of? Politicians in Liberia, are they fearful of an educated populace? Are they afraid of an enlightened citizenship or citizenry that will be able to ask the tough questions? A citizenry that has critical thinking at the tip of the spear. Some say we are 700,000 strong, some say we are millions strong across the world, but the strongest group is the one in the United States and Canada. Despite that, Mr. Weti and the team, they are fighting for all Liberians outside of the Republic of Liberia. If you are a Liberian and you live near an embassy, we want to coordinate something with the Republic of Liberia that you will be able to vote, that your voice will count in the Republic. So Honorable Weti will be our guest in our first segment. And then the second segment obviously is about Liberia, is about current event. And one thing that is being very persistent, it is the drug issue in Liberia, the big drug bust that was just done at the RIA. As much as the big hands in this wants this to get all the pages of the front pages of the newspapers, and the different platforms in the diaspora, they don't want us to talk about this. They want to do something else. But for some reason, this story is not going away. On the front page of Front Page Africa, it said the key persons of interest in the $19 million drug bust, whereabout is unknown. He fled his hotel after the aviation seminar in China. Oscar Brown, a key person of interest in last week's $19 million drug bust at the Rabat International Airport, had reportedly gone missing. Front Page Africa has obtained a communication from the Liberian embassy in Beijing, seeking information regarding his whereabouts. We will discuss in our second segment Liberia. Most people used to say Liberia is at a crossroad. No, we have never been if we were at a crossroad at one point, we are no longer at a crossroad. We have crossed the road. We are no longer at a crossroad. LPRC donates delivery beds. We talk about a court order ordering the airport authority to deliver everything, including the CCTV footages. Some of us wanted to know why the Justice Department didn't do it when they have the authority to do that directly. We'll talk about that. Then there's news about the whistleblower, Mr. Benjamin Van Rivers's. He's in hiding. A young man who rejected $20,000 bribe is key to showing the hidden hand behind the $19 million drug bust. It also says the mystery deepens over the suspect linked to the $19 million drug bust, as the Justice Minister says he doesn't know if he even exists. So, ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let everybody know that within the next few minutes, Mr. Wetty is going to be here and we are going to be talking about Liberia issues. I know very well that in certain times, you guys do not like to listen to some things that are of substance. You are more interested in the G's and the gossip and the political news, but there's life outside of politics. Something more important, something critical as your voting rights, your dual citizenship. While we are talking politics, while we are denigrating each other, while we are bringing each other down, there are people in our community who are consistently advocating on your behalf. Even though you may not want to know about it, you care less whether there's dual citizenship, whether you vote. You only care when it's election time. But like the American people say, election is not won or lost on the day of election. Elections are not won or lost on the days of elections. Those who put in the work usually, not in every case, but usually, get to win. This is why the diaspora dual citizenship cannot die. We cannot wait for the next legislative section before we start advocating. You have to continue. Sometimes it goes on and on and on. So we are going to be joined by Honorable Wetty, and we are going to be discussing these issues. And then in our second segment, we are going to hardcore politics, Liberian issues, particularly the drug issue. Our audience want to know that we need to update them. They look to us to update them on issues. What's new? What's the news? What's the update? On a daily basis, we have to inform our audience. Not by what they say or hear say, but what is trending through investigative journalism, through editorial from all the newspapers in Liberia. We scan the landscape and we select the most credible ones We cite the authors, date, places, and times. So you can fact check us. Go ahead, share this show. Let us know what's on your mind. Put it in the comment section, and I'm going to read it. Let me recognize, join. Hopefully I'm pronouncing his name. It's Terlouw. I hope it's Turlow. Good evening, TC. I am joining you from home tonight. I know your home is Brewerville. Visit Gita Chapel. Political commentator Cloncita. I am following from Harper City, mighty Maryland County. Keep out the good work. Yes, Maryland County. That's Harper City. Beautiful city, by the way. If you have never visited the Southeast, you need to go to Harper City. You need to visit Harper City. Archie George, good evening. I am following you live on Zwedru, Grand Jeddah County. Grand Jeddah County, Zwedru. Guys, listen, if you are on your way to Kepamas, stop over in Zwedru and see what is happening there and report to us. I love Zwedru City. Obviously, my folks from Grand Bas from Buchanan in the house. Thank you very much for watching in. And I see Jordan Sekou V. Dollars. I'm watching you from Bakadu Township, Kwaduboni, District, Lofa County. Excellent, folks. Listen, we are connected. We are all over the place. All over the place. Share this show. Let the folks know. And we want to say hello to our friends in Sino County, Greenville, who are on D3 TV, D3 radio that are relaying our messages and the show. Our family is Truth FM 96.1 all over the country and beyond. Thank you very much for tuning in. As usual, it's 9:27 in Liberia, it's 5:27 here on the East Coast, especially in the great state of Florida. Fumba. So I'm watching you live from Jane, Liberia Town, Kromah Clown, Tiwar, District, Grand Cape Mount County. Grand Cape Mount County is in, voice of Grand Cape Mount is in the house. Thank you very much, Cape Mount. We are watching. We are also advocating for the folks in Cape Mount, for the environmental degradation by bee mounting. We will never forget, we will not drop that. But before we go any further, our guest is in his house. He's pretty seated. He's ready to go. Honorable Wetty, when you are ready, get back on camera and let's get this show going. Let's talk about business. Let's talk about Liberia, citizenship, dual citizenship, voting possibility. Honorable Wetty is trying to scare the Liberian politicians. Whenever you talk about the diaspora getting to vote, now they have to fly over here and do something that they don't do in Liberia, which is debate. Because now we are going to compel them to debate, to stand before the audience and take questions from intelligent folks, people who are free of intimidation, of hunger. That's why the Liberian politicians do not want to get dual citizenship or the right to vote outside of Liberia. Good evening, my name is Elijah Dennis from the Roberts International Airport, RIA GT Bank. Absolutely. Elijah Dennis, you guys are RIA. You are trending. You are trending in every way possible. I know RIA did not want to be trending in this faction, but that's what it is. You got crooks working at the airport. You got crooks. But then you got some good ones who will say, listen, God knows how bad it is. God knows how poor I am for the $150 I'm making. But I just cannot take $20,000 to betray my country. My friend, that is patriotism. That is patriotism. Some of us living in the United States, if you ask, honestly, will you turn down $20,000 to be called a hero? Many of us in this country, including myself, I would want to give that a second thought. I have to think deep. Life is hard in Liberia. People are poor. We are talking about abject poverty, not regular poverty. A man works for 30 days, sometimes 31 days, and he brings home less than $200 a month. Some bring home less than $100 a month. He pays his way every day to go to work and come home. He has a family to support. If he spends $2 a day to go to work, and if he works 20 days a week, that's $40 out of his $200 right off the bat. If you spend $2 a day on meal, that's another $40. That's $80 out of his $100. So he's left with only $100. How does he pay his rent? How does he take care of his family? So for someone to turn down 20,000 US dollar cash for the love of nation, Mr. Rivers says, should be in protective custody as we speak. During the Ellen Johnson time, when a young man did something similar, that young man was hailed by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at the time as a hero, a true hero, and was made Citizen of the Year. Something similar happened under the George Weah administration when a young man in Nimba County found a bunch of money. As poor as he was, a motor or pen driver took the money and returned the money to the owner. He was heralded as a hero, given scholarship, brought to the executive mansion, met with the president, shook hands. He was Citizen of the Year. Under this administration, Mr. Rivers says, who decided to turn in a pallet full of drugs rather than take $20,000 to let it slide? Today, Mr. Rivers said it's unprotected. He's not in protected custody. He's running for his life. He's in hiding. He's reaching out to everyone who can listen. We will do our part to make sure that the higher power gets to hear his story. Mr. Toma, I'm following from Culver City, Kulahome. Thank you very much. Our folks from Kulahome, I'm telling you, okay. I don't care what this man say about you, what Pewee say, Kulahome is the best. Kulahome, that's the best place. He doesn't want to see it, he doesn't want to hear it, but Kulahome is the best place to be when you're in Lofa. Thank you very much for Mr. Tuma for tuning in. You have always tuned in. And my brother from Kwaruboni has always tuned in, and our reporter from Wenjima. So Lofa County is basically represented fully every day. Jai Eddie said, I'm glad to have joined from my maternal home of Bapu Town, Grand Bassa County. Obviously, I've been to Bapu Town so many times. Thank you very much. Hey, man, we are doing good. But one particular name out here, Elijah Dennis. Good evening. My name is Elijah Dennis, and I'm following from Roberts International Airport. GT Bank. It's after 9, GT Bank. You're still doing business over there. Let me welcome on over Pewee, Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show. I know you're looking for the World Cup games already. It's coming on, don't worry. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, man. And thank you, Mr. Gayman. Yeah, I know. The World Cup is getting exciting, and a lot of great things unfolding. I was very carried away yesterday. The game against Panama and New York was going to be a tough game with the Ghanaians Blaster, but we were still very hopeful that Ghana pulled it.
The 90th minute. The 90th minute.
Yeah, that's what unfolded, and that's why it's good on the team to have someone that is skillful and that can be individualistic in terms of talent to pull the game off. Yes, the striker did that. He pulled it off, and another reliable individual also just hit the back of the net. One of our commentator in the row would say we hit jackpot. Refer to the net, the goal pole as jackpot. Yes,
that's right. Look, the gentleman that was playing the 11 wing, the way he took the ball and dribbled, I thought the ball would go out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
Then he struck the ball so well that all anybody had to do, even if the Ghanaian didn't touch it, even if it touched Panamini, it was going to go into the net.
And that's what the commentator said. It was a very easy goal to score because the playmaker set the pace for it.
Yeah.
That this Simayu, right? He plays in the Premier League. He did that move so.
Wow.
So he's good. And I think that was we have a guest, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he plays in the Premier League, I think, and he did that one. I think so.
Wenty.
You got some feedback there. Something is either you have two.
Yeah, I got That's all. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you have to. You have two gadgets. I think should be on somewhere, so you have to turn one of them off.
Yeah, but when I was coaching AAU basketball, the head coach would say, "This is an 8-minute quarter. You're going to be playing 32 minutes. You are not playing 31 minutes. You're not playing 30 minutes. You're playing 32 minutes. You are going to play this game until the loud whistle sounds." And that's what we saw yesterday with Ghana. The 90th minute. Yeah. We didn't say play until the 90th minute.
And that's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty of any game. You saw the The Knicks versus the San Antonio Spurs game.
That's right. 29 points down.
29 points down. The last point they hit the poop was the end of the match.
At the
end of the match, yeah, 1 point. You see, so that's the beauty of sports. Right away, they got a lot of dramatic ends. Right? So dramatic ending. Sometimes the game about to end in a dramatic way. When you see it, it's a combination of emotion, drama, theatrics, and the rest of those things. So, particularly football. Football can be
not only football, because if you were living with my uncle in the 80s, Tom, what were you doing the back? You know, he left boxing. You can't sit near him. I gotta be doing that.
The reason why I say football, yeah, other sports can do. Other sports sometimes is straightforward.
If you sit that Tom, he will punch you.
Yeah, other sport is straightforward. Football, like sometimes you moving, you think the guy's going to school.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes everybody will get and then they will miss it. Then you see everybody, wow. You see, kind of easy. And like one of the Swedish, the Guinea was Switzerland general, one of the Swedish striker. I think he scored 2. There was a time he was moving to see. I mean, myself thought it was a goal. There's a little girl on the field. The camera those cameras are very sensitive.
Sure.
They can capture any kind of a real move that they would get to put you on the street. Yeah. They get taught herself there was a goal. And then when they go for the man misses, you know, you see the emotion, the passion. So it's a combination of emotion, passion, theatrics, drama. So the game is not only the world's most popular sport, but it's the world's most beautiful and admired sport. I know here you got the I know why I call it football, because you play 90% with the hand. I don't know who can get that knee. That knee will give him all the, I don't know, the person got charged with it. Ghana for lower where from Nukutan, you know?
Yeah, from lower Buchanan.
They get a real guy, baby. You say 95% of the thing with your hand, then you say football.
Is it nobody looking? Let's steal that.
Yeah, that's the kind of like. Then when we play, when we're talking about football, then they start laughing. Oh no, you're talking about soccer?
But that's soccer.
Stupid man. I'm talking about football. You think I'm stupid? I know what they got to say football. When we say football again, either we stupid, right?
Of course.
Are you talking about soccer?
That's soccer.
I say, okay, listen, let's come back to sense. You think it's football? He said, yeah. I said, how do you play? They put on the screen. I said, you played 95%. You use your hand to play the game. And then look at what you call soccer. What we do here? We use if you touch the ball with your hand, it's an infringement against the rule.
That's correct.
Yeah. But the World Cup actually, and I like, though the South Africans are given they behave wrong to our people, I will say cheering for them today. Mm-hmm. And at least the Jew won out. We hope to see them.
I still wouldn't cheer for them.
Yeah, we hope to see them. I don't know how they're going to triumph, but it's a must win for them. And the game they played the last game is going to be a tough game for them. So I don't see them out of their zone.
Who they play?
They're playing a very strong side, South Korea.
Oh yeah, fast.
Yeah, they're very fast. They played South Korea in the last game. Yeah, so we're going to see South Korea and what the other man coming to do here today? Let me bring the man. What the man coming to do?
Abu, are you at the airport?
Airport. Which airport?
All right.
No, when you're at the airport, I'm not employed at the airport.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure you're okay.
But Christmas, man, Mr. Gayman, Pewee.
The reason why I asked you at the airport, we are told that the president said everybody should go to the airport and solve the jobs problem. All the party people should go to the airport.
I mean, we too sophisticated. We have been led by a venerated leader.
He saying Tabatale. He draws man for them to handle the thing. We can say the thing like this and that. Now, the funny thing about it, venerated leader, you saying that only was a brother got a picture up.
That's right.
The people that reported the drug, but the main people behind the case, you say their names are classified.
That's right.
But we didn't.
That's not a good sign for you. You got to work, Abu. I know you only
So Pewee.
here. Let me just say this. Let me just say
Yeah.
this quickly. I know you are a very passionate surrogate of the government, and I may admire you for that. It's just unfortunate that recently you stopped appearing on the show for almost a year now. I don't know why you did that, but I think you are a reasonable voice. You are a reasonable voice to come on the show and counter some of the positions that we will bring out and do a fearless representation of your party. Now, Omen Joe is our president, and he's my uncle traditionally. I respect him. I didn't support him, but I respect him. Do I want him to succeed? Of course. I will pray for him to succeed as president of the republic because everybody's going to benefit from the country. But if this kind of things unfolding, and you guys that are speaking for the regime on public platforms should sometimes go behind the scene and tell some of the officials, so what you guys doing exposing the woman? Why will you be putting the whistleblower on all the newspaper head and front page and all the other folks? But those that are behind it, we can't see that you say that they are classified. And the classification process been lasting since this thing started almost 2 weeks now. It's so embarrassing. But you can go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Pewee, Mr. Gayman, and the rest of the team members that are now on the show. I'm actually inspired by the role you guys continue to play. Why is true some of the things being said here over the period, I may not like it, or I may not, be in support of it. But it is equally fair to say that all of us are in it for the greater good of our country. So let me say what prompted my being here. It has been quite a while. People is actually right. We are going to a year since I left the platform. Was I told not to appear? No, not at all. And not quite sure my party leaders were advised me not to appear on a platform that will give me an opportunity to market, disseminate, propagate the progress of our government. So quickly, Pewee, the government did not approve footage of whistleblowers on Front Page Africa, neither on any other media or live, whether it be a print media, electronic media, or social media. The government did not approve that. One of the institutions in the government, the way I got it, the institution being led by Mass Web Crispy, did a condemnation post. I got a condemnation release condemning the action on the part of those who posted footage of the whistleblower. So the government, as a mature government, will not delve into anything that will have the proclivity to undermine the investigation. The Ministry of Information is the official channel in communicating our official position as a government to the Liberian people. The Ministry of Information post or neither the Information Ministry disclose the names of the whistleblower? No. That photos we saw was published by Front Page Africa. So our government did not do that. As the president stated a day ago that this country is open for a business, but not for drug business. And he mean it, and passionate about it. He has constituted a team involving the Ministry of Justice, the police, the FDA, and some international partners to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book, because it's one of the reasons why we are serving the Liberian people today. We did campaign about containing drugs. Are we making progress? Yes. Basically, the principal squeeze of Monrovia today. The proliferation of drugs has decreased. Mr. Gayman, you are a testament to that. The DA, the current DA team.
So I was smoking crack now, not smoking crack no more.
I come in and chief. Our current DA leadership have apprehended most of those guys who are bringing drugs into the country, evidenced by the videos being posted. Thankfully, our platform here have reported many stories commending the FDA. So at no time, this president, who was overwhelmingly voted by the Liberian people, will venture into things that will have the proclivity to undermine or jeopardize the new breed of generational leaders that our country depends on to further consolidate the gains being made by our government. So we did not approve that. We will not approve it. The president, being a listening president, established the whistleblower unit at the Ministry of Justice. No president did that. He did that. And the reason why he did it is to protect whistleblowers. So that's the reason for which the Ministry of Justice, one of the sections under the Ministry of Justice headed by Maxwell Wispy, did a release.
Okay, 1 minute. We got our guests. Stay now because that's our second segment. We want you on it. Honorable Wetty, can you hear us?
I'm not getting him.
No, I'm not getting him either.
I think he's muted. Unmute yourself.
I want to bust his effing balls, honestly. What about that effing?
I hope the Jolly Foreman people didn't classify your voice.
Somebody calling though.
No, he's muted. So I think you have to go back and let's bring you a seat. Something happening to his microphone.
Yeah, that's what I'm sensing. And he appears on the phone. He's on
the phone. He's on the phone.
Yes. Okay, guys. Look, Abu, we have to give credit where credit is due. Yes, the government has done very well with the drug issue. We've seen a lot of stuff, even though during the weird time, we saw a lot of stuff. We knew most of those were propaganda were planted. We knew it to make the government look bad. This particular, your administration and the CDC, the ANC, the opposition, they are not trying to sabotage this administration as you did deliberately to sabotage and undermine the past administration. But what happened? What's funny about this is when the LDEA boss said there's no more ghetto in Liberia, it had everybody shocked because those of us who are within the domain of public policy know what a ghetto is. I thought you have said we have gotten rid of most of the drug dens, in the immediate environment, but he said ghettos. So a lot of folks were concerned about, how can you get rid of ghettos? Ghettos is a concentration of underprivileged society where the poor.
I want to come in, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the thing is, I listened to the press. I listened to one of the engagements by one of the leaders at the LDA. I think what he actually meant, he was misconstrued. And it was not actually meant for a public stunt that people, keep insinuating. It is an evidence-based statement that he said that the ghettos across Monrovia and the entire country has been minimized. Trust me.
No, he didn't say minimized.
Okay, so he didn't say minimized?
No.
Okay, let's agree that he did not say minimized. But it is an evidence-based comment, an evidence-based statement that he made that the ghettos across the country has been minimized from an independent perspective, not as a party video that comes on the show and defend a party. We have folks who are, reporters of our platform. You can question, you bring it onto the show. Mine is, we have folks who, again, are correspondents from various counties. They will tell you. Today, you don't have visibility of young people on the street taking in drugs as compared to 4-5 years ago. These are facts, Mr. Gayman. It is. That's what he meant. These are facts.
But listen, you see,
I'm not with British.
Let me work on Nagbe. We got a visitor here today.
I'm not a visitor. Our panelist.
Our guest is we got two guests. The first one is Wetty, and the second is Abu Kamara. I don't know if
I'll be a girl. I'm a panelist, chief. I just do sabbatical.
You leave your job 1 year with all calling, no call, no show, you fired.
I did call. I can participate in the chat room.
I see that.
Being my uncle, seeing your brother, and seeing your comrade, me and mother always in touch. Even you that are giving at times I reach out by checking on you, seeing what Mr. Nagbe.
That's right. Mr. Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. And let me join you in welcoming back our prodigal son. Apparently he has gone and spent all whatever little thing he got from his parents, and now he's back. But it's good to have you back, young fellow. Mr. Sylvester,
thank you, Chief.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I hope the eminent will find his way, to join us here. But
listen, Victor, our eminent is embarrassing us. So you try to tell we old people, so we don't even know how to get on the show.
Yeah, but quickly, let me unload. I want to start with congratulating President Obama. Today, he inaugurated the Obama Literacy Center, the library, in Chicago, and how beautiful it was. I think all 3 or 4 past living presidents, something we hardly see in Liberia.
So why you didn't invite Trump?
He didn't belong. He didn't belong.
You see?
Yeah.
You see, he didn't belong.
It was a beautiful affair that we did not want, to sully by the presence of somebody who clearly negates everything that library stands for. But George W. Bush was there. He's a Republican. He was there in attendance, as of course the past 2 Democratic presidents of President Clinton, as well as President Biden.
And Sleepy Joe was there.
Joe was not sleeping, unlike DJT, who was actually sleeping at the next game. Can you imagine that? No, but congratulations to President Obama. As always, this guy, he always finds a way, to lighten your spirit, to touch your heart. He said he's realizing that there seems to be too many people today who are busy trying to get us angry. We're turning away from each other. We should be turning towards each other, embracing each other, and lift each other up. You have a president who's very divisive, controversial. He's a racist.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is a racist. This man abhors everything that represents a black person. He's a racist.
That's not true.
It is
I'm
true.
a Republican. You a Democrat.
I didn't say all Republicans are. Donald Trump is a racist. He's a president of the Republic.
No.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Obama is a black racist.
All right. Look. But anyway, so that said, let me also Musa Hassan Belete today was on the floor of the House and calling on the Speaker and his colleagues to take seize of the situation that we are experiencing as a country, where our resources are practically being given out. He made an example. Some of these concessionaires coming here, we get a $50 million tax breaks, right? And they end up taking $100 million. So we're actually paying them for coming to mine our resources. So he's proposing a bill where for every concession, 30% of whatever concession that is should be set aside for Liberians. I think that's fair. In fact, somebody on the floor, if not the speaker, but somebody on the floor was saying that's too small. So I'm happy that our lawmakers are waking up to this. I know Musa Hassan Belete is not the first person to raise this, but at least he has brought enlightening attention to that. So I want to congratulate him. And I encourage our lawmakers, it is not late to redeem themselves. I think this is something that they should really look at very critically. Far too often, we're giving away our national purse for practically nothing, pennies on a dollar, and that is happening to this day. The current president came, we know what happened. He went into the Western cluster, was very rightfully indignant about the conditions they were operating under. He shut the place down for all of 2 weeks and then reopened that place with a promise to invest $200,000, not even $1 million. So I think that's a very good call on the part of Musa Hassan Belete. So I'd like to congratulate him on that. But I wanted to wish Wetty happy birthday. I hope I don't forget when he comes in. I usually jot my 1 or 2 points down, but those are the few things I have. I have more, but I will pass it on back to you, Jerome. It's good to be with you. Happy Friday Eve, as we say here. I know you talk about Juneteenth. I was listening to you. Yes, Juneteenth is a national holiday here. So it's a holiday tomorrow for the U.S. I'm sure it's not for back home in Liberia.
Excellent, excellent, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Let us know what's on your mind in the comment section. As I'm seeing a lot of stuff. There are still hidden places in the community. I see that. Musa Bedete needs to push a cut lawmakers' salaries and benefits by at least 50%.
We said that. We said that, Jerome, and I have to continue to run. We are not just lawmakers.
The lawmaker salary to 50%.
We think nobody in government should be making more than $5,000. That is something the CMC has made part of their statement, part of our manifesto. Nobody.
So let me come in, right? Let me come in. No disrespect of Honorable Musa Hassan Bedede, but I'm not quite sure including all the lawmakers, whether being senators, being representative, passionate about cutting down their salary. I'm not quite sure. Their actions keep contradicting them on a daily basis. Let's agree, for the sake of the conversation, you say you want $5,000. $5,000. Maximum. That what Mr. Gayman said, Mr. Nagbe just said, right? 5,000 maximum for a public official, whether heading government or institution from the executive, legislature, I think judiciary as well, right?
The whole government. Just make the
whole government.
Yes.
The whole government. It is an idea that all of us should subscribe to. But is it an intentional comment they are making, or is it a public storm? Because let's say one example, Musa Bey, who happens to be the political leader of a political party. A guy, I think 3 or 4 persons who are members of the legislature that takes home the same salary he's currently earning as legislator. When benefit comes, like the legislative engagement money, they don't reject it. They don't reject the scratch card or gap that it takes every month. They don't reject it. They don't reject so many amenities they got. So if you say you want 5,000, you should also be willing and intentional about disclosing to the public all the benefits you're taking home. That's my point with them. Even my own senator, Darrell Dillon, that we all campaign for, they don't reject the scratch card, the gas slip, and the many amenities they get at the 30,000 for public engagement and all of you. So that's where my disappointment comes in. Whenever I hear the level of Musa Bedede.
Well, I hate to disappoint your disappointment, but let me tell you this, because I don't think you know. Let me educate you a little bit on what Musa Bedede is doing with his money. All right.
No, but it's not about Musa do it, but those who have been calling for the 5,000 stuff. And I wouldn't be not the common not stagnated to Musa.
No, I don't want to make it complicated. I can talk about Musa Hassan Bedede if you don't mind.
Yeah, because I am a political leader, so
you just talk about United Party, then you don't want to talk about CMC.
But that was Senator Dillon is not a member of United Party. He's a lower party.
You were just defending the drug deal. What the president?
I was defending, I was defending. Did I defend? I just told you what we have done as a government. What we are doing is visible, Mr. Gayman.
So that's what I'm saying. You are speaking on behalf of the United Party. Then he speak on behalf of the CMC. Then you get it offset. You say, why he speaking on behalf of the CMC?
It should not be about defending. It's about throwing out the facts.
Okay, so he threw out some facts.
So, Mr. Kamara, what the CMC is doing is we're taking that money and then putting it to the use that we thought that it could have been put to and better utilized. How do we do that? I can name you almost 10 projects that we are undertaking, all right, including that money and our own resources. We're building bridges in Nimba. We build bridges. We build bridge over the Yah River. We're building a bridge in Bong over the Jaw River. We're building a high school in Mark Gibi. We're building roads all over in Kwanoboni, all over the place, So we're not just taking, and Musa Bedede is on record. Since he got in there, he has not receive his legislative money that all of them are getting. He has said that over and over. Even with that, we're spending actually more than the government is appropriating for us. So that argument that you're making, I get it. It sounds politically, it sounds good. But it really doesn't stand scrutiny. If you're appropriating $10,000 to me, I'm spending $50,000, then it doesn't really matter that you're giving me $10,000. Because I'm putting in way more than you're giving me.
So Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah,
please permit me a minute. Let me decode what I said. Apparently, you didn't hear me. Musa, as a representative and a political leader of your political party.
Please call the name of the party.
CMC.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
see,
CMC.
That wasn't so difficult.
Okay, of your party CMC, right? Of your party CMC. Right. Lawmakers. One of the lawmakers is Marvin Cole of Bon County.
Correct.
He's a full-fledged, member of the party. It's now on record publicly rejecting all the immunities are outlined in my previous section. Agree, Musa may not be taking his salary as asserted by you for the sake of the conversation. Is there an instance where in Musa lawmakers, people of a political party, are publicly disclosed that they are not taking salary? Or they are rejecting the immunities?
So you misunderstanding.
Victor, 1 minute. Yeah, Pewee.
Yeah, I'm paying some key attention. I've been listening to the both gentlemen just now. Abu, did I hear you say that Musa is refusing his benefit and salary?
No, but I want to know that that's what Mr. Gayman is saying. I did not say that.
No,
Mr. Nagbe, I did not say that.
Nagbe, did you say that Musa is not taking this current salary and benefit?
No, I never said that.
What did you say?
I never said that.
What you said?
I am saying that Musa.
I was saying insinuating that just now. Now I wanted to.
No, I didn't insinuate that. I said, Mr. I come here. Let me repeat what I said.
No, he asking me. Let me say what I said. You can't say what
I was mentioning, Mr. Nagbe. I was mentioning.
Hold up. You do that all the time. You come here for 5 minutes. You take over the whole show. Nobody can get a word in. Hold up. This is what I said.
Then he leave for 9 months.
Then he leaves. Exactly. This is what I said.
What did he say?
You will be Bible. You are here for 2 hours. Today, tell me I'll be here for 2 hours.
This benefit situation with Musa Assambility, right? The last time I discussed that, he had not received his benefit that was appropriated for him.
What benefit? What benefit?
The legislative benefit that the lawmakers are supposed to get. I don't know.
Say you assume the rule. Say you assume the rule.
Abu, hold on.
Say you assume the rule.
Abu, hold on.
So the lawmakers.
Mr. Nagbe is mistaking or is trying to the issue of not the legislative benefit our body is getting for constituents thing. We're talking about his gas. We're talking about his gas. We're talking about his other benefit like entertainment. Housing. He's getting those. Is that correct? Yeah. He's getting those.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But what you're talking about is
he is getting those. He is getting those. So, Vessel, let me tell you something. Look, it is child's play. You understand me? When millions of dollars are being appropriated and you're getting what, 50,000 or 70,000, you say, I don't want it. You understand me? To make a political statement. No, we're taking that money and giving it to the people and applying it and utilizing it for their benefit. That's what we're doing. We're not going to refuse it. It is the people's money. They're not giving it to us free of charge.
So when you say we, Mr. Nagbe, when you say we, you mean
that money that they're appropriating, but we think the people deserve more. We think it should be statutory that a lawmaker or a government functionary should not receive this much in pay. $5,000 should be the cap. So that all that savings then we can apply it to.
But do we know? So we advocate for the people that say want to reduce salary. That's been my problem with those that have been advocating for this before. Right. And before now, it was a little bit high. But do we know? Are we telling the folks that this is the amount the lawmakers are currently receiving? Did your political leader announce currently the total amount each lawmaker, because he called his salary, will know what all other lawmakers in the house is getting, including
exactly.
Have you published your political leader benefit and salary currently?
I have not, but I think it's a new fact that the lawmakers make around $15,000. I know
it's not. They reduced it.
I know Dylan has said it's been reduced.
Sorry, it's been reduced.
That statement has no iota of true name, Mr. Nagbe.
This is where Mr. Nagbe and Gayman Abu here. We are not being our people that have been pushing it are not being honest with the ordinary.
Exactly.
Because during the time, Mr. Weir time, there was this when this harmonization thing came from all sectors of government, the lawmakers themselves harmonized their pay. It's been reduced. Right. They no longer take $15,000. No more. It's far from that now. It's far drop. I don't know the current amount.
So what is it?
It's reduced.
Do we have this? Should be around 8 or 9,000.
Yeah, 8, 9,000. So yeah,
you don't know.
I definitely want us to clarify this point. Because
yes, I agree with you, and I appreciate that.
But the best thing to do is for
notwithstanding, it is still over $5,000.
Yeah, I think it should be little over. It should be between $8,000.
Yes, so it is still over. So, but we're saying we should cap it at 5,000. That's the argument.
Yeah, if that is the understanding across the country, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well, but let's go with the cap. When you say cap at 5,000 gross or
yeah,
right.
I think 5,000 net.
The way the net would be 5,000.
Yeah,
the net or the gross.
Capping the way the net would be 5,000. So they will do the mathematics and know.
It should be the net, Mr. Gayman, because net is take home.
Yeah, let's say Mr. Gayman.
I want to hear everybody here. Honorable Nagbe, are you saying the 5,000 is it gross or net?
I honestly, I don't know that. I have to
I'm asking you.
What you want? If I were to make that suggestion, I think 5,000 net may not be unreasonable.
And I agree to that also. So you cap it at 7,000 when you get, because it's a progressive tax system we have in the country.
Right.
Yes.
Tax system, the more you made, the more the cost.
The more you made, the more tax.
I have to go and double check the taxes. Go and double check the numbers on the CMC proposal.
The more you made, the more tax. The more tax apply to.
Yes, why Mr. Gayman, quickly. I think our guest is agreeing also. Yes, the problem, Mr. Gayman. Lawmakers, they got a lot of people that will depend on the lawmakers to help them outside. They probably believe upon how you let in that, and that's a terrible mindset.
Of course.
So if we push in time, we have to push. For me, I don't think we should reduce it from the current amount. That's what I would say to people. People will depend on lawmakers a lot. It may be you tomorrow. You go, you leave, and you go. You want to retire. You represent it in our country tomorrow. So now you wake up from your home. You only regret why I took this seat. Everybody want to push. So we're not asking to be corrupt. So their pay alone is what's going to help a lot of folks. Somebody give birth, you go to the lawmaker. Somebody has sneaking, they go to the lawmaker. Somebody having traditional marriage, they go to the lawmaker. Someone is having birthday, imagine, they go to the lawmaker. Then don't say the other one, the bereavement situation, the lawmaker. And these are things that a lot of lawmakers will not even say no, particularly the bereavement. Other things they may give excuses and other things. But somebody will born their baby. And they expect a lawmaker to buy their baby tops. So the weight on lawmaker, I understand that should not be the reason why they should take too much or plenty of money, but to reduce it, the fact that it was 15,000, we brought it down by half, around 8,000. I think it's just reasonable that
Honorable Pewee.
I want to say something, Mr. Gayman, before the guest comes in. I want to say something.
That's my viewpoint.
Yeah.
Mr. Gayman, let me say something before the guest comes in, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so in addition to what Pewee said, right? Mr. Nagbe, your political leader is one of the lawmakers on Capitol building that is now easily seen at his office. Facts. Your political leader, right after session.
Are you saying the political leader didn't go work?
Can you hear me?
No, I said right after session. Listen to me now. You got friends who are in the media.
Yes.
Right after session.
Can you hear me?
You see?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, you getting me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, right after section, you see riding a vehicle, relocating to another place because of the same thing Pewee just said. Because our folks going to the office asking for assistance.
Tuesdays and Thursdays are session. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, those are the days they stay in the capital.
So you say the political leader can be escaping from
I just told you that your political leader, not being personal though, he's somebody who I have respect for. He's one of the lawmakers who is not easily seen at his office.
Yeah, thank you for respect. The man is a political leader.
Why are you trying to say political leader can escape from
the man escape.
Second section, Abu, don't go anywhere. After we're done with Honorable Wenty, we go into the politics and governance. That's what we're going to do.
I'm here, trust me, I'm here.
Let me work, and I'm glad you're here because this subject we're talking about is very important. Honorable Wenty, can you hear us now?
Yeah,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you for taking care of the background noise.
Say that again?
Oh, thank you for taking care of the background noise.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and welcome to the closing argument. We are glad to have you here. You have been at this thing for a long time, fighting for this dual citizenship, diaspora right to vote. You name it, you have been at the forefront for so long. I'm glad that you are here to keep this light burning so we can keep this topic alive, you know, so we can see where this is going. Talk to who is for those who don't know you, who is Wetty, and then we can go from there.
Well, before I go ahead and introduce myself, I want to recognize and my brother and friend Victor. You know, we come a mighty long way.
No, man, you know, I just want to wish you happy birthday. That all you're doing, but happy birthday! I'm happy that you made another 360 around this moon.
Thank you. And Jerome, we all come a long way. Abdul Kamara, welcome, and Sylvester. I'm Eminent Emmanuel S. Wetty, and I'm the chairman of the All Liberia Conference on Dual Citizenship. ICO comprises of partners that include the European Federation, Liberians in Australia, you know, for looking, we got Koloswa, Liberia in Southwest, we got Liberia Advocacy for Change, we got Liberians in Ghana, United Ghana Liberian Association, and we have other people that are involved or sympathize or supporters of dual citizenship, and that's how we run. We have our co-chairman from Europe, Kingston, and we operate on a partnership level and individual level. Our primary objective is to advocate for dual citizenship and the other country voting.
Excellent. That's a lot heavy lifting. Now, other country voting is something that what's going on?
I think the producer doing this.
Oh, the Basel people, your niche business. You see the man just show up, he may all disappear, and we come back again. Dr. Peabody, we have our guest here. Welcome. He was in flight. Welcome to the show.
Good to see everybody on the Thursday. His Eminent.
Yes, Dad.
Wetty. What's up?
It's an honor seeing you.
We got two guests today. We got Honorable Abu S. Kamara, representing the Unity Party.
He coming, Jeff.
Whenever there's fire in Monrovia, he will show up. His job is to put fire. He'll fire.
With him on my TCA t-shirt, man.
You see. Honorable Wetty, go ahead. You were in flight.
Hello, Wetty. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you do that. Yeah, so I mean, pretty much that's the introduction. I mean, with time gone far, you know, I think I can stop at this point and we can move on to the real reason.
Okay, excellent. Listen, for those of us that want to vote in Liberia, I mean, if we are sending our money and we are Liberian citizens and we are visiting the country, we are putting money into the economy. As citizens of the country, I think we should be able to vote because we are not the first. Other nations are doing the same, and I think Honorable Wetty is going to name some of those nations that are having their diaspora vote. The disadvantage and the advantages of that, we're going to discuss that. The politics involved, we're going to discuss that. Why it been a heavy lifting for Mr. Wetty. He's been doing this for ages, and still we don't know where we are. We're going to question him a little bit about where we are and the prospects of this particular subject. So, Chief, welcome. Thank you very much. Let me go to Victor. Nagbe, Victor. Honorable Wetty is here. I think it's time for us to discuss any questions, any comment, any issue.
Well, yes. Let me welcome my friend, brother Eminent. It's good to have him on. I know we'll talk a lot about what he's doing at ALCO, the All Liberian Conference on Dual Citizenship. He and I worked together briefly last year during the diaspora return. I represented Yola then, and we had some very good plans in place, talking about how to help bridge the divide that exists between our compatriots back home and those of us on this side. And that divide continues to simmer, and now we're seeing it remanifesting itself again through this dual citizenship fight. So I have left the union. I don't work for the union anymore, but I know he's still with the dual citizenship conference. So I like to welcome him. Hopefully tonight, through our interactions, we'll be able to throw a lot more light on what he's doing, and hopefully we can all make sense of what is to be. So, Eminent, welcome, and again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Great. Let me go to Abu. Abu, I'm going to be going to you often because you are in Liberia, just in case. I know it's kind of late over there. We have...
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, this is a topic that you also, as a young man, should take interest in. We have someone here who is eminent, knowledgeable of the subject matter. He's here. Any concern, any comment, and a question for him?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Let me join Mr. Nagbe and the rest of the team members to say to him welcome on the show. I'm one of the presidents who love to listen to an individual like him, because as a supporter of government and following a president who is very passionate about bringing Liberians who are in the diaspora on board to develop our country, evidenced by organizing the business conference as in São Paulo last year. And he has, I think, charged a very young and vibrant man by the name of Erasmo as the diaspora, I think, diaspora liaison at the executive mansion. So I would love to hear from him what are some of the talking points that he will be telling us tonight. That I think so far so good. I would love to hear him say more. I would listen to him more than talking, because this is my debut sharing a platform with him. As I listened to Mr. Nagbe, he said Mr. Wendy has been around for a very long time. And the mere employing, taking all his time to come on the platform to educate us about some of the things he has been involved with. And so I'm actually, I'm actually grateful to be on the show, sharing the platform with him.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peabody. I tell you what, let me go to Pewee. Pewee, our guest. You are muted.
Let me say a wonderful good evening to you, Eminent, and we want to thank you for coming on the show. We look forward to having a very, very wonderful show this evening. We all been very key on this issue. I've been one of those back in the years, more than 10, 15 years ago, more than that, when we started this whole thing about the dual citizenship thing. At the time, folks felt that it was not about us thinking about even coming to live in West or somewhere out, but we thought it was just steadfast that the country move forward. We think us at the best. If our country, our citizens can move and go and seek citizenship in other countries, does not negate the reality that their neighbors were all buried back home in Liberia, that there's no need, because as per the constitution of our country, that if you were to take on another citizenship, meaning you have to renounce your Liberian citizenship. The renunciation of that process, I thought it was something that was not in keeping with the Constitution and the rest of that. And thank God now we eventually just passed the dual citizenship. But we have to go back and ensure that this act that was passed is Liberian. There should be no limitation. That's the next fight. We have some limitations in preventing Liberia. There's no need of you, me, Mr. Gayman here, Mr. Nagbe, Abu. Even if Abu were to move from Gayman here, so you came to the US, got a US citizenship, you cannot stop Mr. Gayman from being president of Liberia. you cannot stop Mr. Gayman being vice president or taking on certain any cabinet jobs. So I think we all have to collectively push again that we go. But I mean, we look forward to having a very wonderful and decorous conversation with you tonight. Thank you for coming.
Great. Let me go. Honorable Weti, educate us. What is it that you intend to do? What is the bill is all about? And why has it stalled after all these years?
Well, first thing is that I think I mentioned the Liberia Advocacy for Change as one of our partners. If I didn't, I want to bring the name in. We have been successful to achieve the dual citizenship law. I mean, the bill is not. It's a law. It was put into law on July the 22nd, 2022. Since then, we have the dual citizenship law, which is not the law of the land. And what that law means is that everyone that are born to a Liberian parent, natural born, or so they are Liberian, irrespective of where you were born. And a child that is born by a Liberian mother, that child is a Liberian citizen, irrespective of the citizenship or pigmentation of the father. Now we can go to Liberia and vote. We can own land in our own name. We can have our national ID card. We can have our passport. We can do things normally like anybody, and we still maintain our other citizenship. So with the dual citizenship, we have restored our Liberian citizenship, and things are normal. We can go in and out. There will be no issue. Like any other country, except for the state of Israel. I could be wrong, but you can correct me. Except for the state of Israel, I'm not aware of any other country that have a dual citizenship law without restriction. Having said that, in Liberia, our dual citizenship law has some restrictions. The restriction is that for a appointed position, you cannot be finance minister. You cannot be governor of the national bank.
The central bank.
The central bank, sorry, the governor of the central bank, and you cannot be minister of defense.
Yes.
Those are the three restrictions for appointed position. For the elected position, you cannot be senator. You cannot hold any elected position that include senator, representative,
president,
and vice president. Yes. However, if you decide to do it, then you have to relinquish your other citizenship. So many people see that as being second-class citizen. You know, why I can't be finance minister, why I can't be governor of the central bank, you know, and everything. So they see that why I can't be elected. But like every other country, I mean, there are some protection. Now we are working on those restrictions. Our next advocacy is to have those restrictions removed. White people should understand that advocacy is not an event. Advocacy is a process. So we have the law in. Now we're going to be working on removing the restrictions. So we are fine. Now, we have another issue. Some people are arguing that the current dual citizenship law is in conflict with the Constitution of Liberia. Because this current law that we have, the dual citizenship law, it says that any child that is born to a Liberian mother, that child is a citizen of Liberia at birth. So if the father is not a Liberian, if the father is not a Negro is a white person, some people are saying that it is in conflict with the Constitution. That's one of the argument that is going on. Now, let us go back to our Liberian Constitution. The Constitution of Liberia says that to be a citizen, you must be a Negro or a Negro descent. The Constitution did not say your mom should be Negro. It did not say your pa should be Negro. It did not say either of them. It just said Negro. So which gender the Constitution is referring to? That question can only be answered by the Supreme Court, not anybody. Another thing I want to say is that there was an issue with one Liberian who was appointed to a position in government. That Liberian went to the Senate for confirmation hearing. The mother is a Liberian and the father is not. So the Liberian Senate said, oh, you are not a citizen of Liberia. He said, I am a citizen. He said, but he said that according to our constitution, if you reach the age of maturity, you should decide the citizenship that you want to take, either for your father or for your mother. That person went to a court and brought documents to show that when they were at the age of maturity, how you want 18 or 21, they elected to take the citizenship of the mother and not the father. And the Liberian Senate confirmed that person in the position that they were appointed for. So with that example, the current law that's in place for dual citizenship is not in conflict with the Constitution, because the mother is a Negro. The mother is of a Negro descent. So if the mother is passing the citizenship over to the child, then of course the child is a citizen of Liberia. And that's one education that we need to tell our people. Do you have any question on the dual citizenship before I move to other country voting?
Yes, you said dual citizenship, the Constitution of Liberia gave a maternal right to every child born citizenship. If the mother is a Liberian, wherever that child is born, the child is Liberian, isn't it so?
Yeah, that's.
Okay. So a Liberian woman who came to the United States, married a white fellow, has a child, the child come out as a mulatto or light skin, that child is a Liberian.
Correct. That child is a Liberian at birth.
No, the Constitution didn't say that.
What did the Constitution?
Again, that is the conflicting aspect. We are, as we're saying, have to go back to the Constitution to do something of. The Constitution is now saying there, Mr. Wenty, that the child will determine at 18.
Exactly.
The child will determine at 18. We need to get the information out straight. The child is not citizen at birth.
I just put out the Constitution here. Go ahead.
Yeah, go there to. Go back to Article 27 of the Constitution, please. Go to Article 20. Yeah.
Yes, Sylvester.
Yeah.
The Constitution says that it should be of Negro or Negro descent. I come in.
Go ahead.
I mean, we're talking the same thing. It should be a Negro or Negro descent. The Alien and Nationality Law says that the child is a citizen at birth. Now, you and I can say yeah and argue, because first thing is this: that mother is a Negro. It's a Negro descent, the mother. So the Alien Nationality Law says that the woman can pass a citizenship over to a child. So if the mother can do that, then the child is a citizen at birth. Now, if you want to argue that we can say that, yeah, argue for the sake of the intellectual aspect, only the Supreme Court can interpret that. What does that mean? What does Negro mean?
But it's an open definition what people of Negro descent, you and myself, this quarter, right? Quarter people, right? They're not talking about white people. It's talking again. So that's what the Constitution is saying. But Mr. Gayman, quickly, Mr. Wenty, Mr. Gayman, please read Article 27 for us first. I don't want to go there. You say you got it. You go to 27 of the Constitution.
Okay, Article 27 says here, it says all persons who on the coming into force
of this Constitution
where lawfully citizens of Liberia shall continue to be citizens of Liberia.
Yeah.
In order to preserve, foster, and maintain the positive Liberian culture, values, and character, only persons who are Negroes or of Negro descent shall qualify by birth or by naturalization to be citizens of the Republic of Liberia.
Yeah.
The legislature shall adhering to the above standard prescribed such other qualification criteria for the procedure by which naturalization may be obtained. So, besides what is spelled out here, they gave the right, like he says, to the legislature or the court to prescribe and define what that citizenship should be.
So based on that, the lawmaker had described that, therefore that the definition of citizenship giving the mother the right to pass citizenship over to the child.
Mm-hmm.
Because the very constitution we're talking about allowed the lawmakers to make that law.
Yes. When that law was enacted?
The dual citizenship law?
Yeah, so that is enshrined in the dual citizenship law, right?
It was enacted on
the 2022
law, right?
Yeah, it's July 22nd, 2022.
Okay, so did they automatically say that the child would be citizen, or the child would, because there's a portion of the law that said the child will determine. Let's say the child. Let's put it this way: we have a lot of Liberian mothers that have had children by people of Lebanese descent, right? The Lebanese thing, or what have you. Mm-hmm. If a Liberian woman were to have a child by a Lebanese man or German man, in that case, because the child is going to come out to grow 18 to determine if the child want to be a German citizen or a Liberian citizen. So that's what the era of sending of the child will determine at age. The age of consent in our republic is 18. So the child cannot be automatically a Liberian citizen if that child haven't determined, because the child is still not under they say far under the age of consent. If the child reaches the age of consent, the child will not determine if the child wants to be a Liberian citizen or a German citizen or a Lebanese citizen or a Liberian citizen. So that's the portion I was saying. It's not automatically citizen at birth if both parents are not natural born Liberians. Now, if both parents are natural born Liberians, the child becomes automatically a Liberian citizen by birth. So there we have to go back and look back at it.
If you go back to the Constitution, that authority is given to the lawmakers. So the lawmakers design the law, change the alien, amended the citizenship portion of the alien, the 1973 Aliens and Nationality Law.
Yeah, okay.
And made a new law. This is the new law that was signed on July the 22nd, 2022, that gave the mother, because you remember, the Liberia, only the father could pass citizenship over to the child, the mother not. But right now with this law, the mother can.
Okay, so it's just I need to go back and go over some of the provision there. Do we have any provision? Because I fell short of going to the detail of that. Is there any provision in that law that's saying why if the child is 18, reaches the age of consent, and say, okay, no, mama, I don't want to be a Liberian citizen, I want to be a German citizen? Is that provision that the child can also renounce? Well, in that case, can the child renounce the Liberian citizenship?
Yeah, the Constitution of Liberia gave anybody the right to do that.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter whether your father is white, black, whether you got two black parents or not. You have that right to do it.
But now with I come in, Mr. Gayman. But now with the law that the legislature passed in 2022.
Say that again?
I just said the Constitution of our republic gave that Pewee initially said, right? If it reaches the age of consent, 18 going all war, decide which country you want to be a citizen, or two in case of both parents are not from the same country, are not citizens of Liberia. You get me? So yes. You're not telling us that there is conflicting with what the Constitution says, because the one that is enacted into the new dual citizenship law that was enacted 2022 July, according to you, say that when you are bred by your mom, automatically your mom decide that your mother declare you as a Liberian, whether you born by another citizen for another country. And what you saying?
Yes. So there's no conflict in it. There's no conflict because the mother is of Negro descent. Okay. So there's no conflict.
Let me read Article 28 here. It says any person.
Okay, that's what I was talking about. 28. Yeah, go ahead.
at least one of whose parent was a Liberian, a citizen of Liberia at the time of the person's birth, shall be given a citizen of Liberia, provided that any such person shall, upon reaching maturity, renounce any other citizenship acquired by virtue of one parent being a citizen of another country.
Yes.
No citizens of the Republic of Liberia shall be deprived of citizenship or nationality except as provided by law, and no person shall be denied the right to change citizenship or nationality. This is Article 28.
That's
any person, at least one of whose parent was a citizen of Liberia at the time of birth, that person shall be citizen of Liberia, provided that any such person shall, upon reaching maturity, renounce any other citizenship acquired by virtue of one parent being a citizen of another country.
Jerome,
so let me ask, is that where our guest intention is?
It also says that the lawmaker can make law to acquire citizenship.
No, that's 27. That's 27.
Yeah, we read that already.
That's
27. So the lawmaker has that constitutional duty to make law to acquire citizenship.
But that is
not in conflict.
Mr. Wendy, there are constitutional provisions that the Article 27 is very instructive. It's giving the lawmaker the instructions to do what they can do.
Correct.
And Article 28 also, and also we have to be mindful to not abrogate the Constitution. And because an attempt to abrogate the Constitution is a violation of the Constitution. So Article 28 is also saying, now, if the child is born, if I want to get a child here, if that child is automatically born with, now that we have the changes from Article 27, we can make some amendment to confront to that. But as per the law, if the child is not yet 18, reaching the age 18, the child should determine if the child will take on the Liberian citizenship or to take on the U.S. citizenship. But meanwhile, if the child were to even just get born and carry on a U.S. birth certificate and a passport, meaning that child or the parent of that child has agreed that the child has renounced the Liberian citizenship because you're already taking on the part one. With the Dual Citizenship Act now, that was before. With the new law from 2022 July, it also can allow the child now to take on the Liberian citizenship and also maintain the U.S. because the child was born in the U.S. Automatically, the child is a citizen by birth of the United States of America. So that child will also claims on the Liberian citizenship, but they will determine moving forward 18 if they still want to hold on the Liberian citizenship or renounce that and retain this one.
Brother Pewee, we can sit there and make an argument, right? The Constitution allows the lawmaker to put law into place to define what citizenship is. So they, in a constitutional right, made this law that you don't have to be the 18, or you don't have to. Only your mother now is allowed to make a citizen. Now, I want to ask you a question. Based on the Constitution, who do you consider a Negro? Is that the mother or the father? Or if they say somebody is of a Negro descent, does it mean that your great grandfather or mother was one or Negro?
So people of Negro descent, it's not about
no. What I'm saying, that look at our Constitution. It says one should be a Negro or Negro descent. So who are they referring to? Is that the father being a Negro or the mother?
Both mother and father.
Both or either.
Both mother and father.
Yeah, so it can be either. But okay, how about either the father or the mother?
Yeah, it's also possible either the father, because
very good.
If my mother is Liberian, a Negro descent, and my father's a German, then they will take it from my mother, which is
very good.
Descent. Yes.
Then now we're speaking now. That's correct.
Yes.
So the Constitution does not state whether Negro is referring to your father or if referring to your mother.
Oh yes,
it can be either the two.
Yeah. Let's move on. It makes sense. You meet her, Mr. Gayman. You are muted. Something happening.
Who me?
No, it's not you. It's,
No.
it's
Yeah. So, Honorable Wetty, let's go to. Let me go to Kamara. Mr. Kamara, you got anything on this particular topic before we move on to the bad bill that Honorable Wetty and the guy passed, where we ambassador they call it po came mean they say you are a woman, right? You deliver, but you die from the placenta. You didn't deliver, you didn't birth the placenta. So you birth a child and you die in the process. What we are saying here is we want a dual citizenship. We got a law. They acknowledge that we have a dual citizenship. But now they're telling us, yes, you're a citizen, but you can't be senator, you can't be president, you can't be bank president, you can't be finance minister. So how do we come to this? How do we come to accept this?
So like I said initially, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you for the moderation. So like I said initially, I will play a more listening role than a participatory role by asking questions. Because I did not do thorough research prior to coming on the show with regards to the bill. But I think Mr. Eman had a point. He made a point, and the contention is actually valid. Because if I am a Liberian and go to the US, born a child, like Pewee said, when he reaches the age of 18, that child you decide whether he wants to be citizen of a fatherland or a motherland. Same with the former president's son. So if I am a citizen of Liberia and go to the US, residing in the US, and born my child, and the person say you want to come by and serve a father country by vying for an elected position, I think that person should not be deprived of that right. But like I said, I really did not do thorough research prior to coming on the show, so I will play a more listening role than asking questions.
All right. And Jerome?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's look at our developing country or our friendly countries that we have. Let's look at Ghana. Let's look at Ghana. We know just for a case study, Ghana dual citizenship law has restrictions. Recently, the president of Ghana submitted a bill to the lawmaker to remove those restrictions, so Liberian Ghanaians with dual citizenship can vote, can hold elected offices. So the current Ghanaian law has restrictions on those who are dual citizenship can have. So it's the same thing in Liberia. Even the dual citizenship law in Nigeria, the one in Sierra Leone, there are some kind of restrictions. Now, like I said, advocacy is not an event, it's a process. So our next step is working towards removing those restrictions.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, what he is saying, this is something we've talked about quite a bit. I understand. Honestly, I was one of those who had a similar view that you're holding, Jerome, that this law was not good enough. But he honestly explained to me that, like he's saying, it's a process, it's a gradual approach. You take what you can at a time, and then you come back again and improve on what you have. And so I can understand that. I also understand the rationale why there must be restrictions. I mean, even here in the US, there are restrictions on how far you can go as a dual citizen. You still can become president of the United States. If you're, become, not a natural born citizen of the US. So I think these guardrails are necessary as we try to improve the situation. I give them credit. I mean, this is something that has been on the table for quite a while, and yes, inch-wise, I think they've made some progress. So I'm just listening. Most of what you're talking about are things that we talked about all the time, and so I don't really have anything new to offer. I'm listening like Abu is doing. I'm familiar with most of, not all of it, but most of what you're asking. So I'll wait until we come to the out-of-country voting, which is the new frontier. And then I would like to know, what is being done on that front. But for now, again, thank you to my brother and friend for leading the charge. It's been a lot of work. It's taking a while, but we're getting there. I think we cannot be advocating, for equal rights around the world, and we're sitting on a constitution that discriminates, unjustifiably. But these things again, people evolve. The initial reaction is to reject them outright, but eventually people evolve and they begin to understand and appreciate, the meaning of some of these things. So I will listen in. If I do have a question, I will make it known. Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Dr. Peabody, what high school did you go to in Liberia? I forgot to send a shout out to your high school.
Oh, I went to the best, the greatest,
and
the most prestigious school in the Republic of Liberia.
Shout out to
Washington Institute.
Oh, BWI. Listen, we want to send a shout out to everybody who went and graduated.
The out of town boys, those are the.
It's all right. It's
all right. That boys, my boys.
Exactly.
That's why President taught me to hit you guys from Monroe. Is it all Monroe boys? You got to deal with them rough. They get high. Monroe boys, your Monroe people, you got everything. But yes, guys, if you graduated from BWI, you went to BWI, you work at BWI, benefited from BWI. If you have contributed to BWI, we want to say salute to you and happy birthday to Honorable Wetty. This is Martha George. Martha, thank you very much for reminding us. We've been saying this over and over. Chief, happy birthday to you, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If you want to spend your birthday, there's no other place, a better place than the closing argument where you.
That's correct. That's correct.
So we are glad to have you. And if you went to BWI, you got your man here saying all the good things about you. If you are from Bassa High School, you got something different to say about those guys from BWI. But today is his day, so we'll give it to him. We will give it to him. These are new people. Just imagine Bassa High School. We came into being 1909. That's long time. Okay? And then we became an incorporated school in 1926. So we just celebrated our 100th birthday last month. So, guys, I am telling you, when you talk about Bassa High School, there's no equal, period, zip, zero, nada. But today is the day for BWI. Guys, Booker T, Washington, we want to send a shout out to all our friends in Kakata. You know, Kakata is an education city. They got St. Augustine. They got all the great schools out there. What is it? Let me go to Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, we got our guest here. We've been talking about the Constitution. Now we want to go into the law and we want to go into what we can do to vote. To vote. Voting right. What can we do? Dr. Peabody, your turn.
Again, it's always good to see the eminent Emmanuel S. Wetty. We work on a lot of programs. In fact, the last time he was honoring me in Belgium, we were there, and he was giving me an honor that I didn't deserve or expect, but it was very, very nice of him that I was recognized in Belgium with his eminent there as well. His eminent, thank you for all you do, especially today we can travel to Liberia without wanting to get a visa. We can use our Liberian passport and all of that. Thank you for all that you do. My question has to do with something. There are one or two people I know. Their parents are Liberians. One of the fellow was born in Liberia. His mom from Bassa. His mom was born in Bassa, and he had been living in Ghana for a while. He went back to Liberia. His mom came from the U.S., and this guy tried to get passport. He have had passport before. He took all his old passport. They refused to give the man his passport for more than 6-7 months. His mom, a Bassa woman, went with him. She came from America. Said, my son need his passport. It took Prince had to be stranded in Liberia for 6 months to get his passport. There's another young man who was born in Liberia. His mom is a Liberian. He went to Freetown during the war. He came back. They refused to give this man his passport because he has a Sylvester accent. And that this guy has reached out to me. I assisted him get his birth certificate, and they still give him the run around. Now, there are a lot of Liberians in that situation. There are even Lebanese that were born in Liberia to Liberian parents. They still give them the run around. this dual citizenship and this voting, what would it do to help these kind of people?
Thank you, Dad. I would really want to know the mother or the person that is actually involved, because as far as we know, as of July 22nd, 2022, there should be no problem. You should be able to go in and get your passport. So if anybody have that issue, let them call my attention. In fact, the then Minister of Justice wrote the then Foreign Minister to explain what the law meant, and everybody that is entitled to getting the passport. People are getting the passport in record numbers with their children, their grandchildren, their great-grand. So I'm not saying it didn't happen, maybe it could be an isolated incident, but if you know of anybody going forward that having such situation, they should contact me. My number is 614-483-8192. My email is wetteee9@yahoo.com. We do not expect anybody of dual citizenship, whether it's themselves, their children, to have any issue obtaining a Liberian passport or a Liberian national ID card. If you have that issue, let us know, and we will try to help you out.
All right, so let me go my second question, then I'll go back to you, His Eminence. Like Mr. Nagbe said, our constitution, or the dual citizenship, in some way, it discriminates among Liberians. I mean, I was born in Liberia, grew up in Liberia, graduated from high school in Liberia. Only because I accepted a U.S. citizenship, that means I can't run for president, I can't be senator, and stuff like that. We've seen this happening. One of the reasons I believe Liberia will continue to struggle when it comes to development is because we are used to this racist idea that these our African American brother took to Liberia and placed in our constitution that only people of Negro descent can be citizens of that country. Every other country around us have people of non-Negro descent that are citizens of their country. I mean, and most of the countries we see are developed, or they are developing, because they have been very inclusive. But we have marginalized white people from becoming citizens of our country. And for that reason, it has become difficult. Now we are putting it on our own people. You know, Liberians who are born in Liberia. We can't be, because we have foreign citizenship, we can't be this, we can't be that. I mean, I know you're not in the House or you're not in the Senate. What are some plan to really remove? I believe that was racist, that the African American took to Liberia. And what are some plans for you guys to engage that in making people of non-Negro descent to be citizens of Liberia?
Well, let me address the issue first of the restrictions on natural born Liberia and the children. We ourselves don't like it, but like you know, when you're in the business of legislative or legislation processes and lawmaking, there's a give and take. So at that time, we accepted certain deals for the general good of the population. So right now, we are working with our partners, with our friends in the House, to remove those restrictions. So that's our next step, to remove those restrictions. On the issue of non-Negro becoming citizens of Liberia, that's another topic. It requires constitutional change. Now, you know, we not that we don't want to comment on that, but what we're seeing right now, we even find it difficult to give the full right of natural born Liberian and their children. You know, so our resources and everything, yes, we want to hold on to complete the first assignment, and based on the new reality, we can decide where we want to go next. You know, if we cannot make Jala to run as a senator, how can we make the other person to be citizen? And so our focus right now, and is to be on natural born Liberian and those born on Liberian pageant. you know, a parent background. You know, that's the focus. We are not saying we don't want to advocate for non-Negro. What we're saying, this is where we are focusing now. And advocacy is not an event; it's a process. And as time go by, maybe the next generation can take the next step. But yeah, we don't feel good that, you know, a Liberian cannot run to be president, they cannot be senator. But at the time, we accepted the condition for the general good of the you know, the advocacy.
Great. Let's go to the second part here. We're running out of time. Let's go to.
I have something quickly to say to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to that, please. Quickly on the line of people sounding, Peabody was saying someone came from Somalia and others. And part of the reason why the Passport Bureau, or even at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we initiated that there at the time, because a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, Somalians, others were coming getting Liberian passport. It was part of the reason why even the U.S. government sanctioned the former passport director, as they said, because our passport was just open to a lot of other nationalities from West Africa. So there's a process in place. Now, the guy that is coming from Ghana, I don't know what the process in place. If the passport officers, both from the immigration service and the passport officers, if they went through the screening process, you ought to go with your parents. One of your parents have to go to vouch for you that you are Liberian citizens and you've been living out of Liberia for a protracted period of time. That's why your accent change and other things. So that is part of the responsibility. If you have a change of the way you speak, also if there's concern, you go and do that. There's a committee you're going to meet. They're going to work on that and issue you the passports, because we brought that with the U.S. government and learned a lot that people, Nigerians, and again, someone will come and say, "Oh, I'm a Liberian. I've been living in Nigeria for 20 years. Oh, my mind is there." And here's what unfolded. At the time at the ministry, you will see someone will come and say that my son here. We caught a lot of people, and NSA even investigated them. Somebody will come, "Oh, I've been living here, my son here. He was not here, born here by a Nigerian man. He built us." They were not true also. So they have to put into place those guardrails and to do that. And so they will protect the integrity of the Liberian passport. That's one of the reasons why they're doing these things now. So if your parents, if one of the parents will go and vouch, and one or two persons go and testify to that, they will see reason to issue the passport and say, "Okay, yeah, this is one of our sons," and other things. They will have the way they can do it, and they conduct that. The last thing, the issue about everywhere in the world, even this country, if you are not born here, you can never be president. You can never be vice president. That's a clear thing. I don't think they're ever going to change it. I would think for the citizenship thing in Liberia, cabinet ministers should be allowed, every Liberian citizen. But if you are natural born Liberian, you take on another citizenship, you should not be president of Liberia. That I support that, and I don't think that's going to change. The president, the vice president, I don't think it's going to change. The fact that you would take on another citizenship, you should not be president of Liberia, but you can be cabinet minister and you can be representative and senator, but not the president. That's the thing. And I think if they would change it, I'm told that the president and vice president wouldn't actually be touched, and that makes a lot of sense.
Excellent. And let me support you in your line. Question: the foreign ministry have put in place that if you come for your passport, one of the major requirements is to get your birth certificate.
Yes.
If you can obtain your birth certificate, the thing should be, very easy. And he went on to mention that even if you have people to testify for you, but the key thing, foreign ministry is asking for birth certificate. And coming on, I want to admit here today that, look, originally when we started the dual citizenship effort, we didn't want to do no restriction. Our goal was no restriction. The House at the time passed a bill, there was no restriction. We went to the Senate, and our friends in the Senate told us straight, this bill will not pass. It will have some kind of restriction. Even if there's a restriction on X, there will be some restriction. So we accepted it. Yes, we're not happy, but for the good of the people, we went on and we accepted it. Advocacy is not an event, it's a process. We are now working on removing those restrictions. So I just want to let everybody know, we are working very good. I mean, very hard in the back with our friends, with those in the Senate and the House, to help us remove those restrictions. And in the very near future, those restrictions will be removed.
You want all to remove?
Say that again?
Let me ask the honorable. You want all to be removed, including the presidency?
Well, as an advocate, I would tell you yes.
Oh.
But why only Liberia you want to happen? You don't want to happen in other areas.
Exactly, like question about us.
Why you see it here happening in this place? In all other Western powerful countries, they got out. They don't compromise. Why you want it happen?
But you know, Sylvester, I don't make the laws, right? So
why you want it happen there?
I come in. I don't make the law. I am saying that natural born Liberians, natural born Liberians. That's what I'm saying. So if I make my proposal to the lawmaker, they have the constitutional right to accept it or not, because they did it before. But
the definition of natural, the definition of natural is this, and let me put it back to you. It's intellectual here. The definition of natural is nothing should dilute it. Natural, nothing should dilute it. If you took on another citizenship, you have been diluted. Then you're no longer natural. That's what it means. So that's a sort of, at least for a legal, okay, the presidency.
Okay, Sylvester, I agree with you. Let me be frank. Yes. Even our constitution come to this point, everybody. The Constitution of the Republic of Liberia guarantee only 2 positions to natural born Liberians. Only 2. The presidency and the vice president. The Constitution says for a Senate, even Supreme Court, they say a Liberian. The question, who is a Liberian? Natural born and naturalized Liberian. So if I'm naturalized in Liberia, I can be Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
You can be anything. You can be anything but president and vice president.
Yeah, under president and vice president, the Constitution of Liberia protects natural born Liberians.
Yes. So for the
president and vice president, I will hope every Liberian can take a position.
Mr. Gayman can go and be candidate to be represented. He can be represented for.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, you're right. Because the Constitution, you're absolutely correct.
At least. Yeah, Peabody will go to I don't know the honorable area he's from. He can be the honorable there or senator or Grand Pastor County.
I ain't got time for Liberian politics.
You can't stop me from being president. I will be war. Even Abu will fight for me. You can't.
But again, someone said to me, there's a way you can challenge it to the court because the court got something. One lawyer said, the fact that you are born in Liberia, you want to be president. Anybody want the court can ruin your favor probably. Yeah. The court got a portion in the court. I would say those things about your right.
Even this law that we have, it has provision to make you president.
Okay.
If you so desire, you just to give up one of your citizenship.
Well, I mean, you know, I got.
No, I'm here going by the law.
So, Mr. Gayman. Just a minute. To his eminent and the guest. You did not answer the question Pewee asked. And I want you to be more detailed about defining or being definitive. Why is it that in the country you live and other countries across the globe have restriction or on a dual citizenship, but unlike Liberia, you want it to just be open?
No, let me say, I'm into as an advocate. I am saying that it's for natural born Liberians. That's what I'm saying. But I'm also open to having restriction. Let's be honest. You know, I'm not going to say that we shouldn't. If the lawmaker say, look, the president and the vice president would not be, I'm open to that. You know, I can work with anything. You know what I'm saying? I can work with if you see the restriction in the Ghanaian dual citizenship law, you can be a lieutenant in the police. The Ghanaian. A lieutenant in the police. You can be at least Liberia, the defense minister.
Defense minister, finance minister, and central bank.
Yeah, in Liberia.
In Ghana, go to Ghana and see.
Even in the police, you can be. You know?
The foreign minister also inserted in the bill, Pewee?
No. You can be foreign minister.
Yeah, only finance minister.
There are 3 cabinet positions you can hold. 3 cabinet.
Yeah, only 3 positions.
And so, you can also sit on the Supreme Court.
No, the guy, Minister of Finance and Development and Planning, Minister of Defense, and Executive Governor of the Central Bank of Liberia.
And all elected positions.
Those are 3 appointed positions.
Yeah, appointed positions. Yeah, appointed positions, and then all elected positions.
Yeah, all the elected positions.
What about the judiciary? Does it apply to the associate justices and the chief justice?
According to this law, these are the appointed positions. If the chief justice can be appointed, that's an appointed position. So there are 2 positions. We have appointed and we have elected.
Yeah, because all the associate justices on the Supreme Court bench and the chief justice are all appointed positions.
Yeah. So
they are starting on there, so you can get them.
Yeah, you can get them. Yeah, that's correct.
The law is not indicating them there, so you can get them.
That's correct.
Great. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Let me say hi to everybody and hi to all our listeners and viewers. Thank you. I'm standing by. I'm just listening here to understand the nature of the conversation, and I will make input later.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching, tune in, just share the show. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you are watching again, like I'm doing here, I'm doing several things at the same time. The Canadians, they're kind of ambushing these guys here, 3-0 already. And we are waiting for the next game between Mexico. I mean, I think that would be a better game.
South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea, I think that would be a better game. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, let me read before we go to the electoral process here. Let me go to the article. This one is Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 in the U.S. Constitution. It says here, no person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to be president of the United States. Neither shall any person be eligible to be president of Republic of Liberia who shall not have been attained the age of 35 and being 14-year resident in the United States. The qualification clause set forth in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 requires that the president be a natural-born citizen, at least 35 years old, and resident in the United States for 14 consecutive years. These are the laws that govern the United States. Now they say you have to be natural born. And the debate was, do you have to be born on the soil? And they said, yes, you have to be born on the continental United States. And then it came about when John McCain wanted to run as president because he was not born in the United States, but he was born on a military base of both military American citizens born outside of the United States. And the Supreme Court ruled that he was a full-fledged American and could aspire to the office of president. So this thing is tricky. And this is why Honorable Wetty was saying the legislature has the final say. And then eventually, if you are not satisfied, you can go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will tell you whether the rule or the law passed is unconstitutional or not. The Supreme Court of the United States says that natural born of the United States is valid. But what is not valid is that you say they should be born on the soil. But what happens that my nation sent me to die for this country, and in the process, I have my son at the embassy in Liberia on the ground. The embassy ground is an extension of the United States. So any child born at an embassy in Liberia is an American citizen.
You have a quick question?
Yes.
Thank you. Johnny, welcome. Emily, let me ask you this, and I'm asking this in full knowledge of your engagements on Capitol Hill in Monrovia. And also, I haven't had the time to reach out to you, but I did read something on the social media. What is your understanding of the LDID, Liberia Development Initiative Fund Drive, or whatever that act is? Senator Dillon, I believe, has attempted to advance it to a committee, I believe. We've had some of the officials here on this network And some of us struggle to understand the rationale and also the managerial arrangement
and the legality.
Yes, the legality of it, correct, Jerome. So I want to know what is it that you are hearing from your vantage point on this diaspora fund that is supposed to charge remittances, every remittance $1. That's what I'm talking about, that fund.
Just like you mentioned, the same thing you thought, I'm hearing the same thing. However, this is my take on it. I think the idea is not a bad idea. However, it needs to be reviewed by all parties of interest. You know, the structure, the implementation, the framework, and so we can see what best, how to have it move on. You can't say the central bank of that we should have a bank at the central bank. You know, you don't want to. No, it's not going to happen. No, there's no part of the world. You know, it will happen. You know, so even the collection of the money, the machinery, the processes involved, you know, I don't see that fit. So I think the idea is good. I think Prince Jefferson and other people, the idea is not bad. It just need to be reformed. We just need to have a collective mind, sit down in the room, in a conference, and bring in other people outside of their organization to see how we can drive this thing. You know, but as it is right now, I don't think it will go through. It needs to be reviewed by a lot of people. I don't think it will survive.
To that real quick before we move on, I sent out an article to everybody. Hopefully you read it. It's about something similar that happened in Ethiopia and just happened in Burkina Faso, where Burkina Faso government recently launched a patriotic loan. It's a bond, diaspora bond, to mobilize funding from citizens living abroad to finance national development projects. The first subscription phase successfully was $1.151 billion CF francs, approximately $252 million, far surpassing its initial 125 billion CF. It wanted. The idea here, it is a bond that Burkina Faso citizens abroad are investing in with an intent for a return on their investment, whether it's 1%, 2%, and it is voluntary. It's a fund. It is not legislated. It is not mandatory. And when you make it mandatory, then that becomes theft. This is what we are saying. These guys, they went with a lower bar of 152 billion CFA, and the idea was so good that it went to 250 billion. The way it was written by financial experts, that if you invest in a bond in Burkina Faso, we build roads, we build bridges, we build tolls, and the tolls, you will get return on it. We build electro-hydro, and you'll get return on it. These are tangible things that people thought about and say, you know what, these are great ideas, let's do it. Like they just did in Ethiopia, the dam that was built, it was built there on bonds from the citizens. But the Liberian one, it is so weird that they are making this legislative. It's a law that will confiscate your money, whether you like it or not. No return on investment. This is where we see the legality part. So I agree with Honorable Wetty. It has to be rewritten. Financial experts have to come in and see, let this thing become voluntary, and let people invest their money with hope of some return on an investment. But Honorable Wetty, let's go to the electoral process here. How are we going to vote? What do you envision? How do we vote? How does the government of Liberia, the sanctity of the voting abroad, who does it? How is it done? Who's supposed to be in control? What would be the cost? How long will it take? How long will it take for us to get our results in Liberia? All of these things, I know you have thought about it. Educate us on the electoral process and the voting right for the diaspora.
Thank you very much for discussing this topic. And I just want to make it very clear that in our advocacy, we try to avoid politics. If you notice, I've not called nobody named because I don't want to cross any line. But please allow me, I'm going to call a few people names. I will discuss this on the country voting. It's not for any political reason. It's just part of the advocacy. I want to thank President Joseph Yimabweka for taking the lead on the country voting. I want to thank Speaker Kun. Right now, we have we have a bill in the House that is reviewing the issue of other country voting. And very soon, it will, if it passes both chambers, it will become the law of the land. So as I'm speaking to you right now, there are discussions in the House. There are things going on to have a law. There's a bill already. It's in committee room to have all the country voting. Now, people argue that, oh, you guys have not done this study and that study. Look, the first thing is that you must agree to do something, before you start doing all these things. So the first thing we have to accept, we're going to have all the country voting, and the appropriate government authority or the government institution will make it happen. So as I'm talking to you right now, President Bweka, Speaker Kun, and the entire administration are advocating and taking the lead in all the country voting. Even Erasmus Williams, he went to the House and the Senate. He addressed the same thing. The Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, Jackie McKay, is also advocating for the same thing. So we have people who are advocating for all the country voting, and President Yimabweka administration is actually taking the lead to have all the country voting.
I just wanted to add, Jerome, that the CMC is also advancing a bill through the Honorable Musa Hassan.
I'm not hearing. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We are not hearing Mr. Nagbe.
I know you can hear me, Abu. So, but Eminent, what I'm saying, can you hear me?
Once you call CMC, he will not hear you.
No, not ready. I was not getting him.
All right, Abu, wait, my man. I don't know my way. Eminent, can you hear me?
Very well, CM.
All right. So what I'm saying is the CMC is also proposing a bill that will also help those of us out of country to be able to register to vote. This is in the law. The law granted us this right to vote. So we're calling on the government to make sure the mechanism is put in place that will allow those of us who are out of the country to be able to register and to vote.
Oh, I mean, I agree. I'm aware that Musa Benete submitted a bill on that.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. So yeah, I want to add that piece.
Good. Abu, this bill serves for someone like you who is young. Most likely you will be in and out of the country. You can vote in China, you can vote in America, you can vote in Canada. If you were in graduate school somewhere and time comes for you to vote, you want to vote, your voice should be heard, your ballot should be counted. What's the ups and downs? What's the pro and the con from your end?
I think it's a good bill. If acted, I think we're going to say a great relief for Liberians who are always eager to participate in our electoral process. I recall vividly during the last elections, the recent 2023 elections, I had so many friends in the US, they had to count down the vote, like Stephen Johnson, Rex Pazigia, or Larama Yanton. They had to come down. So on this bill is in acted. I think people like you will now have to bother purchasing plane ticket to come and cast a vote to vote for whoever you want to be a leader. I think it's a good bill. Actually, it's a good bill. But again, one of the things we have to, you now being one of the progenitors of the bill, working closely with the legislature, have to put in measures that will have, inclusivity. I mean, to include other people. Because, for an example, country like ours, people doubt the electoral, the transparency of the election. People who are in the opposition, in the opposition community, so we don't have a representation at the polling place and so forth. So I think we have to pull in the measures that the doubt that there will be no iota or doubt about the transparency of the elections being held outside, because obviously it will have to be done at the embassy. The bureau embassies are out of the country. If you're in the US, you go to the embassy and cast a vote. If you're in Europe, you go to the designated embassy that is there. You go and cast a vote for whoever you want to be your leader. So I think you guys will have to work with the legislature. If that recommendation is already placed before them, I will emphasize that you keep reminding them on that. Because obviously, like our host country during the elections, those are all our in opposition who were very eager about calling on the National Election Commission to be transparent in conducting the process. And many a time it happens in the case of opposition. It's all the government wants to cheat and so forth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Abu Kamara had a vast knowledge about accusing, because he was one of those that were accusing the Georgia government of attempting to steal the vote. So he knows what he's talking about. Let me work out. Before I go to Pewee, let me go to Johnny. We are talking about voting, the pros and the cons of voting abroad. When I was with the ACLU, all of our elections in the Southeast were outsourced to the Women League of Voters. They are the best when it comes to conducting election. They bring all the machinery, they bring everything. Elections, the ballots are cast right there, like we do the regular election in the United States, and you stand right there and they put it through the store, you see the numbers. There's no effort, you don't gotta go and come. You see 10% goes through, 10 numbers shows up, and you see the go left or red, blue or red. You see it right there. No effort ends right there. So those are some of the mechanisms that I have witnessed that I think will help. Johnny, we are talking about electoral process in Liberia across wherever Liberians are. What's the pros and the cons? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, the first thing I'd like to know, this law need to provide that particular information. Most times we bring things, make it generic, make it general, make it broad. Then when it begin to give us problems, we start having to think about why did we get here. So I think we should learn to provide the framework for these kind of opportunities that we are looking for. I mean, it's a good idea for all our citizens, wherever they are, to take part in the democratic process, because democracy is a basic right, especially in election. So, but how do we ensure that the votes that will be cast all across these rural embassies will be true to the numbers that voted? So I don't know whether the law provides, answer to those questions or those concerns, but we have to make sure that those conditions are provided in the law, to say, okay, voting in this place, upon the vote very day, they count the vote. I mean, let's say all votes that will be done outside Liberia, the numbers will come in 24 hours or 12 hours or something, that will ensure that the counting of those votes will not be tampered with by any unscrupulous people or whatever, the situation will be. So I think we should think about that. The progenitors of that law need to consider that component to be very, very important, because that's key in voting. To go and vote are one thing, but to protect the vote, ensuring that the votes are counted properly, adequately, and the appropriate numbers are pronounced. Even right in Liberia here, there are always issues with votes. The way our system count the votes and pronounce the vote, there are always issues that come up. So we need to look at those conditions and ensure that all votes that will take place outside of Liberia should have no room for unscrupulous activities. That's my thought. But it's a good idea to ensure the votes are protected there, both in Liberia and outside of Liberia, wherever it will be allowed to take place.
Great. Before I go to Pewee, honorable eminent, we are talking about voter. The process is here as we speak in California. There was an election that was held 2 weeks ago, and they are still counting ballots, mailed-in ballots, overseas ballots. It is so broad that it gave the process some black eye. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, here we are. We're talking about the possibilities of voting.
Why you gotta bring California? You know, your election deniers everywhere. You gotta stick it in. The process in California allows for this long, drawn-out process. You know that your president knew that from the day he was a baby in Germany, where parents born. It's been like this. You know, this man is trying to find a lie where there is none.
Listen, we are just telling you that you guys are so liberal. Why left? Why left? In fact, let me put in a young man, but let me put out the research for the Pew Center today. The question was, are you satisfied or more patriotic about being an American citizen? Today, the research came out. Democrats, 31% proud to be American, 31%. Republican, 83%. Are you proud to be an American? 33%.
Yeah.
We talk
because
about
our president continues to embarrass us. That's
no. So you guys, guess what? What they say? What would be their choice to replace the system that we have? They say socialism. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, guys are crazy.
I need to see that report when you get
it. Pewee. Nagbe, they don't drink it. Some kind of Kool-Aid they're drinking. It is contaminated.
Mr. Gayman send a report to the main meeting every time.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about the Democratic Party.
I'll share with you.
Listen, Chief. One of the concerns most people are having is, okay, Wetty agrees and we agree that people should vote. Now people are saying we should vote at the embassy. And some people are saying, but the government in power controls the embassy. So how is this going to work? With it, what happened in the mental? They say we're closing our embassy closing at 7. You gotta leave. Or listen, we'll keep the ballot back until Monday when you kind of all check.
No, so quickly,
Brother Jerome, let me address first thing before I move further into the other country voting. I want to say for the record, the All Liberian Conference on Dual Citizenship is in partnership with the Union of Liberian Association in the Americas. We both are advocating for other country voting, and Mr. Alfred C. is representing ULA in this effort of other country voting. Coming back to Brother Kamara, Brother Kamara said it right. With the current dual citizenship law, you can go to Liberia, register to vote, and come back and go back and vote. So one of the proposals that we made to the lawmakers that, look, if we cannot have a full other country voting, you can allow the institution of government that are responsible to go to the embassy in the foreign country and allow people to register to vote. If they register to vote, then time to vote, they can go back to Liberia. So you save them one trip, just in case that we can have a full other country voting. The next thing is this, that the National Election Commission have told us that with the appropriate resources and everything, they have the staff to make sure that the election will be free, fair, and transparent if it will do other country voting. Now, I'm in the center of this thing. We are in the center of this thing. And I want to say for the record, if we say other country voting, we don't mean that in every state in the United States, you can sit down to your house and vote. Everywhere in Europe, in every country, you can sit down to your house and vote. No. This is our vision. We could be wrong. That the government of Liberia, through the Election Commission, will designate an area. Example, the embassy of Liberia near Washington, D.C. And those in the area of the East Coast or so can go to the embassy and vote. Those in the Midwest, example, they can go to the consulate, the Liberian consulate in Minnesota, that if you're in the Iowa area, you're in the North Dakota, all the places you can go there and vote. So just an example, the government would designate certain places that you can vote. But the government doesn't have the money to go to every every state and do that. I mean, there will be a designated place that we will go and vote. And they are given the assurance that with the appropriate resources, the election will be free, fair, and transparent. It will be treated as if to say in Liberia, the opposition party will have observer, the same process. It will not be different.
Great. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, your turn. I know the Canadian game almost over at 4-0 now. So you wish.
Yeah, say got 18. Yeah, got a little time to go, but
unfortunately,
I think it's sometimes I think that the Liberian Bay speaking, they're taking off the fee. I think it's a massive, very serious injury. He came out with.
David?
No, it's not David. I think Ishman Corner. I don't know where he's from. It's Ishman Corner. They just got him off the fee. It was emotional. Also the both players from both sides of the team, they were afraid, I think, but they get a guy red company. That's not a good thing. Yeah, it got me emotional just now. But at least he sat off now. Of course, it was very serious. They brought something like put it on him and all, but he sat off and they got him off. They took him off to the hospital. I hope he'll be okay. Yeah, but as Mr. Gayman, there's no need for fear. So if there's going to be elections conducted here, like other countries, the election commission is going to be the one that conduct the elections. The government of Liberia will get the ballot paper will come in, the boxes that would news that, and international observer will also be there. Then you have folks from all of the political parties representations. The same process, right? You have the time the polling station will open this time. It will open since there's this issue who you go by. Now there's a different time zone, so they will say, okay, the working hours here will be from 8 p.m. and 6 p.m. The polling station will close. And then we start the reconciliation process where all representation will be, and then we go through the reconciliation and the vote counting and that of the results. So I don't think there will be any attempt to actually cheat because international observer will also be here. And I think if it is done in this country, they will want to have the elections council in this country to be part of that observation also. That's a great thing to do. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of the resources and the because it's a kind of a huge logistic, right? And that is going to cost the Liberian government some very serious something. Yeah, Mr. Wemty is correct on that. I think it's going to divide the country into region as the way we have it currently. We have like in New York, we was designate probably we can designate an area out of the consulate office in New York, and then folks in because the East Coast system, we have a lot of other very populated area. We have Liberia in the Jersey area. Those countries in the Jersey area, like the Delaware area here and other areas, Pennsylvania and other things can move into out of New York. Those in the Jersey area will move to New York. Those into the Delaware area, part of Pennsylvania, can move out of somewhere close to the Washington, D.C. area and vote. In the Midwest folks on Iowa and other part of probably Illinois and other areas, and South Dakota, North Dakota, and other things, probably even in Indiana, can move to Minnesota and where we have our consulate and do the voting. Now, they are forced. We used to have one in Atlanta. We can have a station in Atlanta because the Liberian-based population in that area also. Those in the Arizona area, that's the critical area. But we now agree that those in Arizona, because the far there, we'd have to move to the Midwest because it's a 2-hour flight from the Midwest to Arizona or so. And then Texas, California, and other areas can be connected. So it's going to be a very huge logistic that have to be planned through very, very meticulously. Other than that, we're going to have some situations about the logistic issue and other things. So it's going to cost some very serious money. So the country will have to also prepare to say, hey, are we prepared to do this? How much is going to cost? I think the entire thing to have election conducted here in the U.S. to bring the logistic, bring elections officers and other things, and bring that, we'll be talking close to $2 to $4 million thereabout. And then all those things. And we can do that for the Liberian. If the number is also big, trust me, we'll push our numbers to almost, with all the numbers in this country, right, so to vote, it will push the number of the national election to almost 3+ million people voting.
with what we have home and here, and then we also focus on certain strategic area in Europe. Now, that's
Australia too. Australia.
Yes. That process we have to now to say, okay, to agree that Liberia will vote outside of this area in any country, there should be a threshold, and that we have to agree to that. The threshold should be, you should have more than 100,000 Liberians in a country or 50,000 Liberians in a country to allow them to vote. So you can just say, oh, we have 20 or 100 Liberians, and you say you carry logistic there. So that would have to be a threshold. We have to be systematic. So policy, we the policy people, we have to think on that. It's not going to just be, okay, because we have 100 Liberians, oh, we'll vote no. There would have to be a threshold. And we come to the threshold and say, okay, 150,000 Liberians in a country constitute them to be allowed to vote in the national elections. Then is that a threshold? We agree on that and pass it up. The U.S. will pass it because the U.S. is big. Certain part of the U.S. are going to pass it because it's okay. A certain part of Africa, that's where our focus is going to be. Are we going to do that? Probably Ghana, we still have some number reasonably in places like Ghana. So when we say 50,000, or if the threshold is going to be more than 100,000, I guess they're going to push it that way. If they reach the number, then we can do that. Or that, then we will concentrate in to move to certain areas, those that want to vote. If they say we're in Africa, we can pull them in certain areas and move, particularly those that are in Europe and the Asia and Australia and other part of the world. We can do that. So it is possible. If it is well planned, it's a matter of planning. It is well planned, it's possible, and I think you can pull few employees will be trained to do that, deployed to conduct the elections immediately after the elections, and then we can send them back. It's going to be part of the planning, the logistic, because we have to put in the budget for their stay, their international travel per them, and the rest of that can be done. So yes, Liberians can be allowed to vote if Liberians in the diaspora put more pressure back on policymakers, and those policymakers can see reason to say, okay, it's about time that we do that. The enforceability is there. It is a workable issue that can be enforced.
Well, let me ask you this, Sylvester. Let me ask you this, and I can understand you envisioning a logistical nightmare because we are imagining this being done through the same medieval system that we're using. Have you thought about people doing this virtually? I mean, I don't think it should be that complicated. There are a lot of Liberian kids here who are waste kids. They can set this thing up for you in no time. You and I, you can get your QR code and you can use it only once. You can cast your vote once we certify this is Sylvester Pewee. You can vote from any part of the world. You don't got to go anywhere to vote. You can sit down right in your living room and vote. I think that is possible, and I think that's something we should do.
You're right, Mr. Nagbe. We have to be very mindful to not mix recent days technology with the system, and then we get it mixed up. So one of the things we have to do, if we are to do that, is that going to cost a lot of money to just do it and everybody sit home and vote. Even in this country, that's the richest country on earth, there's some issue about now the current president even having some issue with the mail-in voting thing. It's been around for a protracted period.
But he does voting by mailing.
Exactly. Recently, he did.
Exactly.
But so the point here is that's not going to be possible for our situation. We will have to set sessions that people got to move in and like physical. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, Sylvester. Look, you're talking about biometric. You take your picture as Sylvester Pewee, you send it to anywhere. Your biometric will recognize you get only one Sylvester Pewee in the whole wide world.
You can go to the station and they do that. They will get it and know that this is Sylvester. Not going to
exactly.
Yes, that can be to the station. So we can set those stations up. Yes. But Mr. Nagbe, is possible. That if you're in the Jersey area, we're not going to have stations all over the place. And I spoke with one of the election experts the last time about this for some time. He said it's possible. And this I think he explained to me. But what mind you, the election commission is not going to allow us to hire people from outside of the election commission to do it. No. They're going to send their own agents are going to be deployed. Now, what they're going to allow is they're going to allow political parties or independent candidates to send their representation from the diaspora. Let's say, for instance, I'm part of the CDC. I'm here, I'm a CDCian. They can say, okay, Sylvester Pewee will be our pool washer.
Why can't be part of CMC? Can you use CMC as
okay, let's say I'm part of the CMC. CMC will say Sylvester Pewee will be our pool washer to the New York station at the council, right? Yeah. And then I will be part of that. That's going to be after the counting that day. It's announced. Then I'm going to say, okay, who are voting in New York? They put the listing now during the voter registrations because I did some work with the UNDP some years back in 2010 about this same thing. When we're looking at the possibility of these things. Now, what we did, and that was during the labor survey. What we did again during the collation process of the vote, because the reconciliation, before the voting second be announced, there's going to be something we call the voter sensitization issue going to come. But when we're doing the voter registrations, in the voter registration, you have to be mindful if you're allowing diaspora Liberian to vote. So you need to come and declare, where do you live? I live in Jersey. Okay, those that live in Jersey, we're going to put it as a policy issue. Those that live in Jersey, those that live in New York, those that live in part of Pennsylvania will be allowed to vote in New York. You have to find means to go to New York to vote. That's the easiest way we can give you in terms of proximity. You register there to say you voted. So if you register to vote in New York, if you find yourself to go say, okay, you maybe say I go say I'm Guinea hasn't given to me say, oh, Pewee, I'm voting in DC or there. I go get there. I follow him.
Yeah.
If my name did not appear in
Pewee,
Jerome,
Pewee, bring Abu back
German,
Yes.
let us accept the idea and leave the working detail with the
national I agree. Okay, the idea is beautiful.
you know, but if we sit there on the platform, you know, to discuss all the necessary detail, they will decide. They are the expert, and they will decide how the law will be implemented. But from the get-go, I know it will be done by region, but let's leave the detail with the election commission. Again, I want to repeat that I'm eminent Emmanuel Esweti, the chairman of the All Liberian Conference on Citizenship. ICO represent Liberians in Europe.
What's your political affiliation? Are you Nagbe just sent me a text and I know actually it is. Say, they say you just resigned part of the John CMC?
Say that again?
I just received a text from Mr. Nagbe Jana and saying
I'm not member of any political party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm an advocate. So ICO represent the partners in ICO, AFLA, Liberians in Australia.
Oh, you are advocate. You are advocate, but you sympathize. Do you sympathize with any political party?
In Ghana and Kolosua, you know, we all make our ICO, you know, advocating for dual citizenship and the other country voting. When it comes to other country voting, we partner with the Union Liberian Association in the Americas.
Sylvester, let me tell you something. What did you say? Show me your friends and I know who you are. All the men friends that also help you people, Anthony Cassidy, yeah, I think I the only friend they will not member of LPP. So that should answer your question, but you're not going to answer it tonight. Don't you?
I
know you're not answering it. I know you're not.
I try my best not to be involved in the politics. I try my best to focus on the advocacy, and that's what I've been doing. But I mean, on the record, the last party I knew I was in was LPP.
Oh, so Mr. You said it
was the last party.
Mr. Wenty,
I don't take part in no politics. I don't do anything. But
if you
on the record, when I was in Liberia, the last party I was in was LPP.
No, great. We got 13 minutes. We got 13 minutes here with the eminent. He will leave. We'll discuss politics real briefly, and then we have to go so we can go and cheer on the next team. But yes.
I don't know where you're going to. What I wanted to talk a little bit about the diaspora return, if he cares, you know.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Victor. This year we are having the diaspora conference, which will be the last weekend in September.
Again,
we had a program in Washington D.C. In the D.C. area last year, and this year it will be the same. It will be the last weekend in September. I think the 27th to the 29th, that time. And also we will be having the diaspora annual return in December. So be ready this year. We want both conferences, both meetings to be better than last year. So in December we have the annual return. We have a couple of programs. We have we got full signature program. We have the educational program. I can't. Let me see. 1 second. The full programs that will be here, and in September, the last weekend in September, we are going to be having the diaspora conference, and we are appealing to you to please come on. You know, to please come on and support. This year we want to make it better. We want to make it better than last year. So for the annual return in December, from December 12th, from December 17th, we have the Peace and Reconciliation Dialogue. December 19th, we're going to have the Heritage Award. December 20th, we'll have the Christmas Katana. And December 30th, we'll have the Peace March. So that will be our annual return in the December. And September 27th to the 29th, we'll have the Diaspora Conference in Washington, D.C. And we're asking everybody to please come and show or be checking. We'll contact you by email, by WhatsApp, by all the media we have. Thank you very much, Brother Victor. For
Great. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, we want to extend our sympathy to you for the loss of your friend. We are praying with you. Thank you very much for tuning in. And also, Yvonne's daughter today is Janae's birthday. She shares her birthday with the eminent. So we want to say happy birthday to you, young lady. Enjoy your birthday. I know you're having a great time with your mom and your family. We want to also welcome Mozart Dennis, one of our eminent people from Minnesota. Everybody is turning in today. Hey, it's a great day. Thank you very much, guys. Eminent, before you leave, we got 10 minutes here. Is there anything else that you want us to discuss before we let you go?
Well,
I want to ask Eminence a question. Am I allowed?
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, so Eminence, I mean, listening to you talking about the diaspora engagement, I'm looking at generational gap, filling. A lot of you guys now in the diaspora, maybe 80% or 60% of you guys maybe were aware of Liberian custom and tradition and that to do with identity. What are you guys doing to have the younger generation that are the children of yours and the great grandchildren of you guys? What are you guys doing to have them connected with their native home in terms of being able to understand the culture and tradition of Liberia?
You asked an excellent question, and we are trying to solve that problem with the diaspora annual return. There are a lot of people in the diaspora. They take their children back home, go to the villages, meet with the people. So we're hoping that the diaspora annual return will solve that problem, where people will go, they will consider Liberia as a home, not only a home, but where the whole family go on vacation. And within that process, we are hoping that their children and the children in the villages will integrate, and that issue will be resolved. That's one of the things that one of the benefit we get from the diaspora annual return. I know a lot of families, they take their children home. And people like Grand Bassa, Lofa, a lot of people go there. Oh, Nima Umpa, you can forget it. A lot of Nimanians go home with the whole family, go to the villages. So we're hoping that will work out. So I mean, everybody in all the countries are trying. So that's the process. But you are absolutely correct. It's a challenge, but we are trying, and some families are doing it. Not all, but some families are doing it, and we are very happy that other people will follow suit.
But what he's saying is not whether people are doing it. What he's saying is there any policy that we are pushing, any public policy that is geared towards that. Now, we know everybody does it, but what is it that we are doing collectively as an institution to encourage and foster that to be an eternal, to be forever going?
I don't think we right now you can get your pass, but I don't think there's anything. All we can do is encourage you, because that's family decision.
Exactly, like personal decision.
No. We can't say it's a family decision, because let me tell you.
I come here.
Yeah.
No,
it's not. Go ahead.
Who will find the money to carry it on?
It is a personal decision.
No, it's not, God.
The decision to take my grandchild to Sano County for vacation is my decision. So all we can do is encourage you.
Eminem, the point is not. The question is not about saying that to decide that you take your children to Liberia. The thing is, even while you are there, what are you going to be doing to ensure that, as an organization, as a group of people from Liberia, what can we do to ensure that we are going to transfer our knowledge of our country, like for you, if you're a ambassador, man, what you guys doing as a ambassador people in the US? to ensure that there's one of the Bassa tradition, the Bassa language is part of what you do as diaspora.
Okay. Okay. Now I got. Let
Okay.
me say from a selective point, there are some
Go
tribes,
ahead.
that people are promoting their own culture here. As an institution, we encourage people to promote the Liberian culture in the best way possible. Every time we meet, we tell you to not forget. I know a guy here in Columbus, Ohio. I mean, he make it a business to have a bachelor class with his children. And there's a fellow in Canada from Bon County speak a lot of Pele to his children. So in a way, we are encouraging people, and those that have the capacity to do it, they are doing it. You know, I mean, so I don't know whether I answer your question, but
No,
I think
I'm asking when we talk about public policy. For those of you who are not into public policy, you want to say that this is a personal thing. No, this is a national issue, so it requires national policy. For instance, if we were able to say, well, if we want to do the diaspora, return of the diaspora, that it is not going to be Monrovia based. That every county will host, or we will rotate. And in so doing, these are the things that will be happening culturally in each county. So these kids can be educated, or the months of that we say, sometimes we say here, they say September is Latino month, right? We can say we got 12 months, we got 15, tribes, that's fine. January is Bassa month, February is Loma month. In this month, we are going to teach the culture of Loma, their tradition, their custom. That's public policy. That's what we are doing. We're not talking about just taking your child home and then go to your home and eat Tomalin. No, we want public policy.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's a good suggestion. I will take it to the committee.
I want to come in.
I will take it to the committee for consideration. That's a good suggestion. But the diaspora annual retail, we incorporate all of those things, encouraging families to go home and integrate themselves with other people. So that's a very good suggestion that I will take to the committee.
Remember what Martin Luther King said. He said, sometimes behavior is expected, but when it's not, then we have to legislate good behavior. That makes it mandatory. That's what we are talking about.
So, yeah, I understand. I understand exactly on that. I will take the suggestion into the committee, and we'll see. But in our own way, we try to do similar thing like that.
Thank you. Yeah, Abu Kamara, you want to say something before the eminent leave? He got 4 more minutes.
Yeah. I can my closing remark.
1 minute. 1 minute. Wait till he has something to say.
Okay, go ahead, Abdul.
I just want to comment on the assertion made by Mr. Gayman. I'm not quite sure it has to do with being an expert in public policy. What the background comes from is you have a case in the U.S. to have them coming back to Liberia, indoctrinating your culture into them. It requires resources as well. So the personal decision in telling us, when those are you that are not involved or that are not expert in public policy should always listen to us. You should not be saying that. It's a personal decision. I'm mentioning that it's a personal decision.
You're not understanding what we are saying. There's a reason why in this country we have Hispanic Day, we have Black History Month, we got those days are like tomorrow is a holiday here, they call it Juneteenth. Those who were not around in 1861, 1862, 1863, it was the day that slavery was abolished. And how do we teach that to our children? They make it a law that on this day we will teach you that slavery was abolished on this particular day called Juneteenth. So that's public policy. It will outlast you. You don't have to be in a slavery day to understand it. But anyway, Chief, your parting comments.
All right, look, first thing, I want to thank Closing Argument for providing me the opportunity to discuss the issue of other country voting and citizenship on my birthday. Thank you, God, for the birthday greeting and everything. I want to thank the leadership and the presidency of President Joseph Nyeman Boyka, who have taken the issue of diaspora to the next level. His administration is incorporating diaspora activities in all kinds of life in government. Every ministry got some kind of diaspora office. Even the national legislature, they have a diaspora caucus. I also want to thank the previous administration for the dual citizenship law that we all benefit on. Once a Liberian, always a Liberian. We are very thankful to everybody that support us. We are very thankful to the people of Liberia. It is not over until it is over. The issue of the restrictions, we are working on the restriction. As you know, Liberia is about to change the constitution. Let us focus on the issue of citizenship. It is very important. We know right now that any child that is born to a Liberian mother is a Liberian citizen at birth. We should try to keep that in our constitution and make sure that once a Liberian, always a Liberian. On the issue of other country voting, I want to thank the administration of President Boyka and the Speaker Kuhn and other people in the House. They have started the process along with Musa Belete. Let me make sure I please my brother Victor. They are working on other country voting, and we hope that one day we are very sure that the issue of other country voting will be resolved for the 2029 election. And let me say for the record, our advocacy is for the president and vice president for other country voting. We're not saying the senator and everybody, so that's where we are. I want to thank the member of ICO and the union. As I said, ICO advocate for other country voting and citizenship. We are in Europe, we are in Australia, we are in Ghana, we got Liberia Advocates Watching, you got Kolosua, and you have everybody that is involved in this process. May God bless us. May God bless the Republic of Liberia. Once a Liberian, always a Liberian.
How do you rate, in 1 second or 2 seconds, how do you rate the current president working in the country, President Boyka?
No, that's political. That's what will be involved. He's a
political man.
No, he's not a politician.
Oh,
he's an advocate. We don't want him to go there.
But when my advocate can do it myself, man.
I'm trying to remove that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Listen,
I respect that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming on.
Yeah, and the member President Jana, so I wanted to.
No, but he laid out what the president has done, and it's
okay. I just wanted to get 1 second statement from you, but it's okay.
Right. It is admirable that the president is doing these things, and if he
you come in strong defense the middle, you crying for the middle goal. This
is what we say, right? When you say this person is good, you gotta tell us why. He said every ministry has an office of the diaspora event.
Diaspora. No, I respect that. They came to discuss.
Right. So he enumerated all of those things that he said the president is doing very well.
Yeah, I respect the former LPP man.
You cannot argue the number. You cannot argue the stats. So I agree with it. I agree with the eminent. The president deserves the credit for what he has done for us and continue to do at this point. We need more done, but for now, for what he has done, we want to say salute. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you all very much.
God bless. Pewee, can you please let the chief go?
So
just check out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you're the diplomat. I think it's good diplomacy when you're collaborating with a current leader. He is collaborating with current president in getting a few things done. So naturally, I think he's going to. Wetty is not one for empty flattery, and I think I've known him for quite a while. But I think it's good diplomacy for him to come on here, knowing that they're collaborating with his current government to kind of present a positive picture of the current government. If I were in his position, that's what I would do as well.
I don't think he's presenting positive to say he camouflaging. He's saying the truth. This is factual. He sets a bar and he's meeting his goal. So he's not presenting the administration in a positive light. He's saying something positive.
Abu is here to do that. Abu is here to do that.
But we got to be honest. The thing he listed, those are great achievements for the president. We have to give.
I intentionally did that. With the understanding, I wanted to see how you're going to answer it. But thank you. Black one is a given that can't.
No, the question I wanted to ask him, but then
it was intentional actually.
The question I wanted to ask, but then I have to remember that our wives can listen to these things. I just wanted to know how many children of non-Liberian mothers that he's advocating for so much, because politics is local, but I knew his wife must be listening. So I didn't want to get in trouble, but
you're saying it now.
Yeah, but
What mean you did? We're not listening now.
Yeah. You got me, man. It's supper for him to go eat and go to bed. So I'm not.
Let me welcome Seleke Kromah from Rwanda. Thank you for watching.
Seleke, what's up? Seleke, all right, what's up? Hold on,
man. And somebody, Alpha Tonga.
Yes. Alpha is actually my nephew. I know him very well. I have a lot of respect for him. Very smart young man. But he works with Eminent Wetty. Yes, he has been active with the Ohio Columbus Yola chapter there, but he's also very active now with the annual diaspora return. You remember when Dr. Don was here? I think he's on his secretariat now. He's a very, very, very productive, very efficient young man. And I have to say, Eminent Wetty, is very lucky to have him in his in his corner. Alpha, I know Alpha very well. Alpha is the son of Dr. David Tonga. David Tonga taught me on Cotton. The year I was coming, he's a math professor. Also, his mother is my wife's cousin. That's why he's my nephew. But his mother is the late Bumbley, Hillary Bumbley. His mother is a Bumbley. Yeah. So he comes from that background. But so he was here trying to recognize his buddy on. I forgot to let him know that Alpha was sending him ingredients.
Good. It sounds like a young man who asked the question. My boyfriend is my who.
So also put it to him, Mr. Gayman. I got 20 minutes.
Yeah, Kamara, go ahead because it's getting late out there, so you can go. Go ahead,
I think it was a good show with Mr. Wetty. He actually elaborated on the bill out there by the legislature in 2022. Some of the points he made are all valid points, but he did not convince me with the answer as I was seeking for him that has to do with the registration aspect. Pewee did ask him why should you want the participation of diaspora librarian to be effective in our governance system, but you want the process to just be open, because in countries like America and other countries, it's not just an open process. It's not naturally open where you don't have restriction and you are like, I want everything to go through. Which I think I was a little bit confusing with that response. But quickly to the politics. Tomorrow, you guys already 12 years. Our government will be breaking ground for the Rotogo Bridge corridor. There's going to be a ceremony tomorrow here. The president will grace the occasion. A lot of good things happening. The president said all the Mr. Gayman. A lot of good things happening.
What do you mean, Rotogo Bridge corridor? What that means?
Rotogo Bridge corridor. So that is the corridor to expand the road now. The road now was Rotogo Bridge.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
I'm not clear on that. From Rotogo Bridge to go where? Well, he's making it bigger.
I said the Rotogo Bridge corridor. The Rotogo Bridge corridor.
Yeah, but which corridor?
What it means now? Make it clear to all. What does that mean?
Corridor
from where to where? You find a place.
Okay, so the Rotogo Bridge is between where you had the
Will you rebuild Rotogo Bridge?
Come again?
Are they going to be doing the reconstruction of the Rotogo Bridge?
Where you got I said the expansion of the road now. Where you got the Providence Island, where we are when with his official are going to be Bali Island. And I don't know Pewee can better expand on that. Why is it up to now?
You talk about it now. No, you talk about it.
What we are gonna do with this now?
Man, we know
because we are planning to be Bali Island. Yeah, so tomorrow, so it's going to be a historic event. The president will be breaking ground for that project on tomorrow, and then the port.
Which project?
I would not break that news, But I think you are
So why
seeing
you not be breaking
footages
in
of
and break
the.
the turning tomorrow?
Come again?
Then what? Oh, he just going there. He going there under the cover of darkness and just sit down and turning up. What he going to break for tomorrow?
I think we break ground for the expansion of the Garguah Bridge corridor.
Which one is the corridor?
So,
Why you call corridor?
yeah,
That's what
Is this
what does that mean?
is it a diplomatic, the bilateral thing? Brazil, I mean, Japan's is essential to extend
Sorry,
No, it's going straight.
full
Sylvester,
lane.
Siliki is in the
Yes.
back. If you can bring him up,
So,
please.
so, so,
So,
so, so,
Mr. Gilman, please,
so as
Abu,
I was saying,
you're,
Mr. Gayman, yes?
Abu, please, it's a very good idea to tell us what the government is about to do. And if you are here to tell us exactly what's about to happen, take your time and tell us that define this area. We just say Kehleboe Bridge corridor. Where is that? Are you saying that that they're going to bring the bridge down and reconstruct, or
No.
what? Tell us exactly what it looks like. What it
I
means.
just told you the
So
government will be
Abu is
bringing
facing
ground for the
problem.
rehabilitation of
Abu is
Garguah Bridge
facing
corridor.
problem to announce
That's what I
his whole
said.
thing here. So here is it. The government of
Hey, man,
Liberia and the government
we
of
get a
Japan.
chance. We don't speak for them, man. I beg you.
No, but he not
Okay,
telling you
so
the
the
right
thing
thing.
is, listen,
He not telling you
Mr.
about
Nagbe,
let Pewee left.
Tony,
Come on, let him
Tony,
left.
Come here, Abu, let me say this to you. The
Okay.
government of Japan, so the We Are administration engaged the government of Japan to do the expansion of the Somalia Drive, now the Japan Freeway. That was the 2 lane expanded to 4 lane, 2 going and 2 coming. That project came through. The government of Japan spent almost $80 million to do that road. That about 65 to something $million. And then after that, the government, there was a discussion about when we had gone to Japan, we had a discussion on this. The Japanese government saying that we had initiated it, but then they didn't go there. They only did the former from Somalia Drive, not the Japan Freeway. And the Japanese government promised to do this road also, but that was not finalized during the We administration. Then the Bouakai administration took it from there. They re-engaged the Japanese because it was part of the bilateral discussion. The Japanese government are accepted to do that. It was a good question Johnny just asking about if the bridge would be expanded also. No. The issue is to do the pavement from the bridge there, the Gripper Tucker Bridge, all the way to the Simple Bridge there, crossing the Simple Bridge. They're going to do the road 2 lane. It's going to be going and 2 lane coming. They will route up the same thing that they on the Somalia Drive. That's what they're going to do. They're going to pave that road from the bridge all the way to the next, hitting the Hotel Africa. Now the government is also in negotiation with them to hit to the Hotel Africa area, the runabout, to do the runabout and other things. They have not concluded on that yet. So I know that for a fact that contract was pending. They have said to that agreement, they've said to the Liberian government, they will do the first phase. The first phase was what they did 100% under Mr. Weah. They completed that 100% and was dedicated by Mr. Weah, President Weah then. This phase, the government of Liberia and the government of Japan, there was a bilateral agreement for continuation of that, but Weah government didn't get re-elected. The government of Liberia took it from there, renegotiated, engaged the Japanese, and they agreed to do that. That process will start this dry season. So that's why he's going to do the groundbreaking of. The Japanese government has committed, I think, around $50 million to do that road. So that's what they're going to do. The Japanese, they will bring their own, they brought their own spec, their engineers will come, the same thing they did the last time when they were doing the road, they will bring their own Japanese engineers and they will build for us what we call a super quality road, 2 lane going on the other side. It's going to be a beautiful road they're going to do. So that's why he's going to break the ground for tomorrow.
Okay, so Abu, now we know what a corridor is, and you didn't know what it was. Corridor is a blanket word that people throw around. That's why we're asking for the radius. How long, how wide, already that's what they call radius. But when you say corridor, then that's political talk.
Yeah.
Okay?
Exactly.
Just come here and say, the government is about to do this lane from River Talker to
the Simple Bridge.
To the Simple Bridge. 4 lane, 2 lane coming, 2 lane going.
2 lane going, yeah.
That's what they call primary highway. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, Pewee, but currently I'm here, right? Mm-hmm. There is a work that has started already on our road where they have cleared the roadside, I think, from as far as Point 4 Junction. In fact, from as far as around Point 4 or the Boma overhead train bridge to all the way to Simple Bridge, right? So because then the new contract the government signed with these people that building the road that go to Kehleboe to Water side, she commence from Simple Bridge across Simple Bridge in the Virginia or Broadway area to extend all the way to Clay, Bomi, Tomebre, and also to Boat Waterside, to Salim Boro, and I think also from Andina to Ravosport or somewhere. They got a lot of things together there. So and that contract was given to MGC. And this guy Djibouti's in the company. So otherwise, that's why I was asking my brother Abu, because sometimes when you bring the news to us, and from a government perspective, they should be organized and have the fight, because we are all here, we all see what's happening. So don't just jump into the thing. And that's how they always been doing to this country. They feel that everybody just started to hear news. You can't throw things out of us, then we say, oh, yes, something happening. We gotta know, though, the country is going to get better, not by doing things the way we want to do, but by people's intelligence being improved and to understand how the system is running. So that's why I put into understand. I knew where I mean, I know that he started to explain the background to all of these issues. But the thing is, what I noticed in the country is that the governance system is more about taking credit and blaming than doing what is being done for the brain people.
Exactly.
They're always spending time on looking for credit. Don't look for credit. Just serve us for which you are elected. We will give you credit. We will tell you thank you for what you have done for us. But you're not doing it where you start asking for credit, start making all that big needs. I mean, the same thing they've been doing in this country, and that's why the country is still behind those that are behind.
Thank you, guys. I know, Abu, thank you very much for tuning in. I know you ran out of data as usual, but but Abu, thank you for coming. We look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Join us. We were on the line here, and a very technical, very critical call came in, and I missed it. It came from Mr. Riversess, the gentleman in this hot water at the port, at the airport. He's in hiding, and he called, and I didn't get to the phone, and he went off. I've been trying to call him while we were talking. But yes, they were able to call us, and I'm glad that the closing argument is a platform of choice for someone in hiding who is afraid for his life. And he called for us to blow the horn, and we are going to do that. I have made calls, I have sent texts to some higher ups. I'm glad that you are satisfied enough to call midnight. We are hoping that I can get to you anytime tonight, if possible tomorrow, and you will come on the platform. We don't want to see your face. We want you to just talk to us. Let us know your condition, where you are. Don't tell us where you are, your condition, and why you fear for your life. Thank you very much for calling us, and I'm going to keep my phone on, and I promise you the next time you call, I'm going to preempt whatever we're doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Riversess, for your service. As poor as Liberia is, as tough as it is, for someone to turn down $20,000 US. That's what we call patriotism. I take on my hat, like I said, during the Ellen Johnson salute time, it happened, and Ellen recognized that young man as Citizen of the Year. During the George Weah time, there was a young man in Nima County that found a bundle of money and turned it in. And the president invited him to the White House, to the executive mansion, honor him, in fact, gave him scholarship. Today, Mr. Riversess have done something great. Instead of the Garguah government healing him, the young man is in hiding, scared for his life, on marked cars, running around his neighborhood. He think they are looking for him. He should be in a place of safety. He should be in a custody, what we call here, witness protection program. He should be protected by the government. He should be hailed as a hero, not as a villain. But that is it. We are going to follow this case all the way through, and I'm glad that the closing argument has been the platform of choice. We are not afraid. We will say it as it is. We will praise them when we can, and we will criticize when we have to. Honorable Pewee, let's go to the politics of what's happening in Liberia on this drug case. This is serious. This is huge. We have to deal with it collectively. We are not saying anybody should go out there and give us the details of this investigation. But we have to be factual. We have to be understanding. We have to be transparent. We owe it to the people of Liberia. Your take, Honorable Pewee.
Oh yes, we've been discussing this. It's been kind of a series of kind of a discussions, a chain of different kind of a perspective on this matter. That what is unfolding in the country is not a very good information. The optics is terrible. It's disgusting, and it got a very bad public relation for the country. At this critical junction where the country is seeking to be approved for the MCC, the compact, we will hope for in the next couple of months. There will be some declarations, probably, hopefully, in the very good footing for the country. And then we getting this kind of a news, very terrible news about drugs being peddled through the major airport of the country. It is concerning, and it's not only that it's concerning, and the inability of the government to come over a very powerful statement against this issue or to be on top of this information. It seems to be cracking along the lines or so. Disinformations, uncoordinated statements that is causing a lot of concerns in other quarters. These are things that are also further exacerbating the situation. So I would think that the presidency will have to take firm control of this and announce that there will be a major consequence for those that will attempt to bury this or attempt to compromise this case. In other words, you need to send a statement, definitive statement to the international partner that we're going to be uncompromising to the fight against drugs and the fight against corruption. It's critical, it's important. And the fact that been almost a week plus now, moving to 2 weeks, we haven't yet heard any name whatsoever about suspect being interrogated or being surveilled or whatsoever. And it's just deeply concerning. So I will hope that we'll get some things coming out of this case. Now that the president have announced the Joint Security will take charge of the matter, we hope it's not another bluff, and just another statement by another Liberian leader to calm the storm, and then business as usual is being carried out. So we're very hopeful that the week is ending tomorrow. Working week is going to be ending tomorrow. We're very hopeful that if nothing is heard tomorrow, the beginning of the new week, which is Monday, there will be some powerful statement coming and reassuring statement. Not only powerful, but reassuring statement coming out of the Liberian government. Because I'm trying to blend this both in the terms of diplomacy. We ought to engage into this so that our international partners will start considering different kind of game plan towards the country. Because there's consequences if these kind of things are not expeditiously handled. And decisions coming up to reassure your partners, because if folks are not reassured that the country will not be a conduit or springboard by which illicit drugs or drugs peddling going to be that part of it as a transit area to take it into other powerful countries, then they will move to take some action to isolate you, pronounce your country to be a kind of a pariah or state that cannot be trusted. If that's the case, then your citizens will be subjected to so many immune treatments and then isolationism. So, and that's one of the things we don't want to see unfold in the country. So I think the government is on the fiduciary responsibility to not only inform the citizenry, but to also protect the citizenry. And then government that cannot protect her citizens, and that government is doomed to fail, and that government is incompetent. So I think it is proper that they change the game plan, and that game plan should be effectively communicating with the people. Don't keep the people incommunicado. An attempt to do that, that will be tantamount to creating more problem for the citizenry. And if the citizenry are concerned, confused, and not informed, then that government is not only incompetent, but not should not be ever allowed to take on the helm of power in the terms of governance of the country. So it's concerning, and we should take actions and put the government feet to the fire and push them to make some pronouncements, genuine and frank pronouncement, that this is what is unfolding. There should be no sacred cow. There should be no sugar daddy in this thing. Nobody should be protected. If it's the president, nephew,
or the president's brother-in-law or father-in-law or the president's friend or someone that the president don't know. If they would deal with John Paul as an ordinary Liberian citizen, they should deal with anyone that is linked to this drug thing that is also, even if it's the president's sons or the president's brother-in-law.
Jerome, let me quickly, let me first agree with Sylvester on everything that he said, right? What is really frustrating about it is the mixed messaging that's coming from the president. Look, one of the first official things that this president did was to go for a drug test. And I think he was telegraphing to the nation. Yes, Johnny. You know, we all remember when we were talking about the declaration and all of that. The president went and did a drug test, which a lot of us interpreted to mean that he was modeling a zero tolerance for drugs.
Yes.
Here we are. Sylvester, you got to remember the officer in charge, Christopher Peters. He busted another $1 million worth of drugs. I was reading somewhere that this recent incident may have been the 50th load, and these are drugs that are outward bound, that they're leaving the country. This is very serious. This is not a joking matter. It is not. And I gotta, like I say here, Dylan, sometimes, he flip-flops, but you gotta get a man his props. He is one of those, Emmanuel Gongloe and others, who are expressing their frustration and exasperation with this whole gag order that has been placed around. They arrest and they have suspects. I understand the whole cloak of not jeopardizing the investigation, and I get it, but still, we think they're moving too slow, and we think there are a lot of questions that they are leaving unanswered. And so this is Sylvester. He emphasized the potential damage that this could do to us, not just local. The local damage is beyond measure. I mean, a DEA officer came in and told you think about 20%, which we calculate to be about over 1 million Liberians who are already hooked on this. And not to even talk about the families that are connected to these people who are being affected. But the danger that this portends for us internationally, this is serious. So, I really hope this government will wake up and do the right thing. One of the people who I understand is disagreeing with disclosing these names is the president's political advisor who herself has been implicated in the matter. Can you imagine the brazenness of this woman? I mean, if there are no times she should have kept quiet, I think this is one time when she should have. But she's one of the people who are advising patience, caution. How? It's been this thing happened on June 8th. Today is what? Today is the 18th. It's been 10 days. 10 days. And no head, no tail. What is it that
they were announcing my birthday on Monday?
Thank you.
Maybe they'll give you a birthday gift.
Your name, where you calling from?
Good evening, my dear brother Jerome. This is Abraham Conner calling from New Jersey.
Hello?
Yeah, Jerome, thank you. Let me say good evening to Sylvester and then Johnny and my dear brother Victor. Fascinating topic, guys. And hello, are you there? You getting me?
Yes, we are getting. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, listen, man. I think I just got on and Sylvester was speaking, and I think he laid it out equally. So all of you guys are really addressing the issues here. But what is concerning here in terms of the sincerity and this kumbaya period where everybody talking about we should unite. Of course, that's the right thing to do. But when people are not authentic about the situation, it makes it troublesome. I was just following one of the sister network, and the security manager at the RIA is currently on the run. Mm-hmm. He called in on our show and stated that he was called and told not to come back in the country. The security manager, he was on a training in China, and he got ready to vote, and they say he received a call not to come in, otherwise you'll either be humiliated because I didn't get that power, whether humiliated or eliminated. That's the war I'm still struggling with. But it's concerning. And then not only that, you have the Attorney General of the Republic. He went in the presence of the legislators. What they're talking about, they didn't want to bring up any situation that would jeopardize the investigation. But he was emphatic. He stated that the Zion they're talking about is a person of interest. But he cannot acknowledge whether the Zion is living, is dead, or alive. Jerome, please tell me, what sort of investigation is that? So now, the fact that Liberia is in this situation where in the first time we talk about exporting drugs out of the country, all of us here are responsible. We are in a situation that is going to affect us whether we like it or not, especially our travelings and all those kind of things. It's going to cost us financially, and then it's going to cost us morally, integrity-wise, and so on and so forth. So this is a fight for the entirety, the soul of Liberia. And lastly, you have a spokesman of government in person of, I think, Geraldine Pia or Geraldine Pia or whatever his name is. All he does, he take to the podium, and then he try to make comparison about previous government. There was a government here, they never fought drugs, and so on and so forth. Who cares right now, Geraldine? You are talking about your government of today. But again, you can't blame a lot of those guys because their families are out of Liberia. So right now, a lot of them goes to work with their passport and other things in their visa, other things in their pocket, that every time they could leave willy-nilly. And this is a scary situation. And I tell you what, finally, whether this government like it or not, this is a stain on the country and the international community, especially the so-called designated area for this drug here. Europe is not going to take it lightly. Just last week, you have an ambassador that was literally excoriating the government the way they are leading. And then that person became a persona non grata. Then to compound it, then you come to this situation, my brother, it's troubling. I just wanted to point this thing out, man. But you guys can verify issues, but I mean, this is troubling. This is really troubling because the people, the players in the conflict, all of them, they are on the wrong one way or the other. I'm telling you about the security manager at the port of RIA. He called in on the show and told him that he said, they said they are going to apprehend you or humiliate or eliminate you if you are going back in the country. Who are you going to investigate now? But thanks for the time, my brother.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the politics of it. And here we have the article he's talking about. Rodney C. himself took this and wrote it. And he said that the young man, he got the information from this young man, and it is part of the article he wrote this morning. And he said that the young man, right before the training could end, he absconded from the hotel, from the seminar, and he printed the message from the Liberian embassy saying that anybody who is housing this man will be illegally doing so. And then at the same time, the young man is being threatened that if he comes back to the country, he will be harmed or eliminated. So we talk about a double talk here. You make yourself look good that we are investigating, but then you are saying the evidence, the key evidence that you need should not be available to those people. And you're saying this may last a whole year. Honorable Pewee, this is serious stuff.
No, it is serious, and part of the, and that's what I'm saying. We may just want to begin to say from the other side of things, because everything in Liberia we want to reduce it to politics, and yeah, it's politics. It's always going to be that way. But the Liberian government were to sit and just say, hey, this will be on a laissez-faire kind of attitude and say, okay, this is going to play and they're going to wear away. That's a Liberian issue. In our own parlance, we say, hey, Liberian Team can spend 1 week, finish done. No, it's not going to be that way.
there's going to be some international backlash on the government, and that would be dangerous for the government that's already struggling to create jobs for the people, raise funding to international partners from bilateral friends to support most of her project. Very ambitious project that a signature project that may project them to say, okay, we've done a lot more, so you can really let us. That's going to play some line. We have in August the MCC compact finalization issue decision going to come out. We just declared PMG, the EU ambassador, that they are trying to look at it from the diplomatic perspective. Did she go far beyond her statutory line as the ambassador, the host country, and the sending country agreement? That's one thing they're going to look at. What were some of the diplomatic cables? What was she communicating in then? Was it in isolation of her fiduciary responsibility as an ambassador from the sending country to the host country? Did you violate the host country agreement? So we're going to look at all those things that within the Vienna Convention, but a country can declare one PMG, persona non grata, on the basis of interfering into the domestic politics of that country. But we have to understand, first and foremost, in diplomacy versus sovereignty. It's one thing I can be more critical sometimes. If you are a sovereign country, but relying on the next country, your sovereignty is in caution, right? So because they say there's the thing. Diplomacy also, despite we have to play in that line, those ambassadors are there to represent their interests, their countries. We say in Liberia, in the Liberian panel, what we want to say is, put your mouth to where your money is.
That's right.
The way you put your mouth to where your money is. So probably the EU is always supporting the Liberian budget. Always. They've done this ever since. Many years. I came even before I was born or before, even ever since those things become the European Union being very committed in supporting us, including the premium partner, the United States of America. So if that was the case, then you declared her she's out, and she brought a series of things out. She talked about the issue of accountability in the presidency. The presidency is not transparent. They cannot account to the people of Liberia. That's a slap in the face, a massive blow to the Liberian presidency. And another thing she said in her diplomatic cable is that the vice president is single-handedly controlling the money sector. And he's not doing it in isolation. What he did is that, I want to know if it is being acquiesced by the president or so, but he brought a kinsman from NIBA that he put to be a puppet board there. He's controlled. That's what she's saying. I'm not the one that's saying that. Now, is it clear that's true? Of course, the vice president brought in a maternity team to be the minister of mines, right? And is he in charge of it? So the rest will be for the other folks to look into those things. So if an ambassador is channeling those through a diplomatic cable, that's it, right? And sometimes not only the cable, she was saying that she was making public pronouncements in these things. And you decline that ambassador PMG, and then with the complication of all those things, these are unsolved matters. Then with this entire Wudo Barudo we find ourselves in, $19 million. Now, the street value is projected to have been allegedly $19 million. We're hearing to some quarters, the street value was underestimated because when the hierarchy got this on the higher level in the country, they pushed them to significantly reduce the street value of said drugs. This is also worrisome. So you have not handled none of these things. So it's a combination of a lot of major convoluted complications you have in the country. And then there's the information pattern is very poor, not coordinating at all, nothing whatsoever. The Ministry of Information herself is not getting this, trying to move, deflecting to attack other government before. Oh, you have to pass government. No, that's complete nonsense. You came to fix it. If you are yet to fix it, shut up and leave the blemish game. You cannot shift blame on the past administration that you defeated on grounds that they didn't know how to do the job. So yes, well, there where we are now, Mr. Gayman. So it's going to be a problem for the government. I will hope tomorrow going to be the same story. Nothing we're going to hear from this. And if the guy is talking from China now, that he's at what AB was just saying just now, if this is true, by any chance, it's damaging. So if you were to do that, and you're still trying to be doing that, hunting other guys out there and doing this, So they are in a dilemma that they have to be very oriented the way that themselves. Because if you are to do anything, one of those guys will start getting report out, they're going to heavily indict the government. Then what you are afraid of, the partner will get a real information before you come out with the real information. That will be damning for you, and the consequence will be grave. It will be very cataclysmic on the government of Liberia if care is not taken. Because if the partner gets real information before them, and then they are forced to come out with the information after the fight, then that's going to be a terrible mistake on their behalf, and that may cost them the next elections if care is not taken. And I'm convinced now quickly here that moving forward to that, it's going to be a difficult thing to summon that.
Wow. Mr. Nagbe, Radis here is saying Oscar Brown, the key person of interest in last week's $19 million drug bust at the Rabat International Airport, have reportedly gone missing. Front Page Africa obtained a communication from the Liberian embassy in Beijing seeking information regarding his whereabouts. Front Page Africa has gathered from some participants at the conference that at the end of the aviation seminar, Brown suddenly vanished from his peers. Front Page Africa had previously reported that Brown, a security intelligence supervisor at RIA, was in China attending the Chinese-sponsored aviation seminar when he called another person of interest, Roland Taylor, a senior security trainer, the day of the drug bust, asking Taylor to ensure that the consignment was released to board the flight after Benjamin Rivers says another person of interest refused to let it go. It is Benjamin Rivers that just called us, and we lost that call. If he's listening, he can call us back. Benjamin Rivers called us. He's in hiding, and we promise that we're going to make sure that he's protected whenever he calls. Brown, Front Page Africa has learned, was due to arrive on an Ethiopian airline flight on Wednesday. But when Ethiopian flight 0933 touched down at RIA Wednesday, he was nowhere to be found. Front Page Africa was earlier informed that Brown may have gotten off the plane in Addis Ababa, but has now learned that he may still be in China. A communication from the Liberian embassy in Beijing in possession of Front Page Africa reads thus: greetings to all. It has come to the attention of the embassy in Beijing that a short-term training participant named Oscar John Brown, Occupation Security Manager RIA, has evaded program organizer and is currently at large. If any Liberian residing in China with the consent of Mr. Brown has agreed to host him in China, kindly do us a favor by encouraging him to return before he or you are deported. Right now, he is highly being sought and will be for his entire legal stay in China because he is a government officer who the host country organizer doesn't weigh lightly. Therefore, the embassy encourages all Liberian citizens residing in China to cooperate before it becomes extremely late. Meanwhile, the RIA authority will be contacted to investigate if he has friends and families who are residents in China before his arrival. Please direct all contact to me if you have any question on the whereabouts or his well-being. With sentiment, I remain Chinko Fawundu, Counselor, Embassy of Liberia in China. The Liberian man, ELCHO, El Chico. ELCHICO, last FAWND, El Chico Fawundu. That's the Liberian consulate in China. Hey, is that the El Pachi? Wait a minute, El Pacho from Canada? From Mexico?
Yeah, El Chico. I think El Chico. El Chico.
El
Chapo, yes. You know, you're talking about the Mexican. But this is some serious stuff, Jerome. And kudos to Radness here. You know, a guy I have a lot of respect for. You know, I know Rodney very well. He is, and yes, investigative journalism. But he is probably going to help us peel the onions, the skin of this onion. Then the government is willing to do. I'm sure all of this information that Rodney is printing is in the full knowledge of this government. They know it, and and so now they're saying they're trying to protect the integrity of the investigation. But here we are, Oscar Brown, has vanished in thin air. And of course, Mr. River says now is in hiding because he tried to do the right thing. Can you imagine? This man is calling him from China to let the cargo go, and the young fellow is saying no, it's not gonna happen. Someone like this should be protected, but and that I think affirms, the involvement of higher ups also. I wish Rose's call had come through. Maybe he was going to tell us some stuff. But kudos to Ronnie. Thanks for helping also share some light on it. Now let the government come out and deny this and tell us it ain't so, because everything you say here, they say, Daniel Sano is saying that opposition is making up fake names and fake photos and all of that. So let him come out now and tell us that what Ronnie is reporting is false. That Mr. Oscar Brown did not issue orders to Mr. Rivers says here back home in Monrovia to let the cargo go, and him refusing, and this thing busting open has led to Oscar Brown's disappearance. And now Rivers says himself is in hiding. Isn't this crazy?
Cedric Griggs here says, our Chico is Liberia, I here in China. Johnny, let me read the last piece for you to respond. Liberia does not currently have an extradition treaty with China, but China does have strict policies that could help facilitate the return of Brown if necessary. While the two nations maintain diplomatic and economic relations, having resumed ties in 2003 and elevated them to a strategic partnership, they have not formally signed or ratified an extradition agreement. However, in the absence of a bilateral treaty, extradition between the two countries are highly complex and governed entirely by domestic law. Under Liberian law, any transfer of an accused or convicted individual requires either an ad hoc arrangement and established principles of reciprocity or specific agreement for that single case. Furthermore, these transfers are subject to strict legal requirements, including dual criminality. The act must be a crime in both countries, and the condition that the individual is guaranteed fair treatment and will not face torture. Johnny, this is it.
Mr. Gilman, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking that the guy who blew the whistle, this Rover's guy, and this individual from the RIA security sector that's right now in China or somewhere, in hiding, I will advise the government to work with its international partners to provide security, safety, and guarantee their life, their safety. So these guys can be kept in the place where they will not have anything wrong with them. Because if you follow what the Sahara News brought out based on their source of information, this is a serious, expert link to this process. All you need to hearing, you guys are just the guys that are at the bottom of the pyramid.
Yep.
They have no idea. They got no idea on how things are arranged. It's an outright indicator that this was a 50th, attempt, 50th transport that was busted. And it's also indicated that this was even as a result of Western embassy or partners here being involved with this situation that had the government security agencies pronouncing the capture or the arrest of these things. So China And the US, for example, or even Europe, the UK, should be involved with this matter highly to a higher level. I would think that the UK should have some of their best security personnel involved with the kind of matters, come down to Liberia, join the team, because as we know, it was born for UK. And UK it doesn't take these things. I mean, in fact, no country in the world takes drug issue lightly. You understand? So I think for us, I would advise my government instead of trying to be, blemish like what people were saying. Today when I read what the misinformation, spoke about, I was like, I just have my head down. Like, where are we heading with this country? This is a serious issue you have that has a bigger international implication on you. Rather than say that and think about how you can try to clean your name by even inviting this organization, this country people to come and join you. You're trying to say, oh, that you try to respond to pedestrian politicians or pedestrian speakers. You are the state now. You got a state in your hand. You're the one managing this country. We're looking up to you. I'm saying you are. Don't be him in particular, but the leaders, the president, and the whole court of officer. We are looking up to them to provide us security and guarantee our safety. And you have a kind of big security issue on here with drug. Then you're wasting time to first put blame on CDC. They were here and so. That's why the people said that's why they are not there. You are there now. So you should see this as a problem and see this problem that you must solve it. You got to find solution to this matter. So I would think that they need to focus attention working more with the US government, more with UK, more with China to make sure the guy that's in China is making sure we can get him and give him safety, give him real and safety to be able to provide more information to the system. It's not about trying to eliminate them. It should be about trying to protect them and then help the system to lay hand on all those that are involved. And I guess by this time, I don't doubt the capacity of the Liberian police working with the US embassy or other embassy nearby to now know few or in fact the two other 6 persons in custody, but they can't call their names. How can you do that? Can't call their names? And for me, I don't even trust that. I don't believe that anybody is in jail. I cannot believe that, think that there's no one that is in any custody for anything except you want to make up so because that the UP and the CDC had the same kind of way of doing this, right? In terms of looking for name to make. But UP, particularly you people that make name, you think they have people in jail, 6 persons in jail. That will not be a big news for UP to be announcing that we arrested 6 persons and the law will take its course. So. Then you will say we keep it in secret because we don't want to undermine the investigation. So if okay, those people laying, are you saying the 6 persons in hand custody now? They don't you're not getting enough information on them that if you call a need, then it will undermine your effort in gathering more information on this matter. And I really want to appeal to this government. This is serious. It has a long way stigma on Liberia. The fact that other agencies now are reporting that this is not the first time, it's not the second time, this is not the third time. There have been a continuous practice since 2024. From what I read on the Sahara, we are doing background check of Sahara, where with local news agencies, citizens journalists across the country, especially in Africa, to gather information. You understand? So we have to take things serious. And one thing I really got me a little bit baffled was the president declared drug as a state of emergency upon taking over this thing, the federal state, where he went about every to drug test. And I already told that drug test he told were not necessary. It didn't have no indication that we're going to fight drugs. Because nobody ever accused you of taking drugs. You understand? Nobody ever accused the president of taking drugs. Nobody even expect him to be taking drugs. No one in the country expect that. If you say it today because you want to say you call you an opposition, nobody will believe you or trust that. You understand? I would have thought that the president would have a physical life engagement with the Liberian people to show the seriousness of what he wants to do in this country. To say this case will not go on. I mean, make some emphatic and definite statement. And in fact, like I said earlier on the show, you just sit up on this matter now, like every hour call justice minister, police director, all do at our university. Where are we? What I mean, be on your back. Because as you do that, the international partners see that, but they see you playing that kind of active engagement role, they will know that you are serious about this and that you are not a particular in this process. But to do a statement for me that sounded so like so. I mean, that statement the president made. I don't know why it means to Liberian people. You know what I'm saying? He would have been very emphatic on the matter. And up to now, I expect my president to be on top of it. This, I mean, it should take 99% of his time now until the thing come to rest, to some fruition, some logical and understanding of what's happening. Because this is going to make you will call Liberia a narco state. It's not far from making Liberia a narco state based on what we're hearing. It's telling you
My
that
man,
this is the 50th.
Sylvester, when I say that, Johnny.
Yeah,
No, I'm saying this is likely to make Liberia be a narco state. This is likely. I mean, it's already putting that this is the 50th time, right? They've been doing this since 2024. That's all right saying. Since 2024, it's been happening. They've been shipping things for years. You understand? So we gotta be concerned about Liberia. We all own this country. We all have share in this country. There's not about being political. That's what I want to make clear here. All those speaking from the government side should not address this issue politically. Even those that are not in government should not speak on this matter on the basis of politics. It be on the basis of a serious social problem that is occurring in this country that has a very low propensity of undermining our own international integrity. Yeah, it could be even possible where Liberian living in the country now will spend more time at any European immigration airport than ever before.
Let me.
You know this people don't joke. People take record of things, and once they got the record and say, "Oh, this country have been involved in this," so as soon as you have Liberian passport, they'll give you different room to go search you because of this kind of record.
Let me read this to you. You're talking about Pewee. Maybe he forgot this. This is June 1, 2010. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney announces unsealing of charges arising from historic joint undercover operation in the Republic of Liberia. The DEA's Operation Relentless, that's the name of it, culminated in the arrest of 8 defendants from conspiring to use Liberia as a staging area for distribution of more than $100 million worth of cocaine. I got this from one of our informants, June 1, 2010. So how long? We're talking about $100 million cocaine in June 2010. So this is a recurring, this is the Manhattan, the United States Manhattan U.S. Attorney General.
And to put a hammer on that, Jerome, I don't think that $100 million, there was nobody, no suspect. They said the evidence was badly handled or something. Nobody was ever prosecuted for that.
So we're talking about 2010. Then 3 years or 4 years ago, under President Myean, we had $100 million drug bust. Those people were hastily sent to court and they walk out of there dancing. And
that's the case I was talking about. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's recent. We're talking about this one go all the way back to the Ellen Boakai administration, 2010, June 1, 2010. So we
and right after the president, we had $100 million. There was another $40 million, I believe.
$40 million. Mm-hmm. So how long does it take before you be flagged as a narco state? You may not think, but this is the record here. This is right here from the U.S. Anyhow, guys, it's almost 9 o'clock. We're gonna go to our game. We're gonna go watch the game, guys. Let us. Tomorrow is gonna be straight. Nothing else. Hopefully, Mr. Rivers can call back. I'm so sorry. When I saw the call on my phone, if you're not in my system, it said potential spam. I thought it was until I look at the bottom, and then it says here from.
I just hope it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Johnny, 1 minute. You're closing.
In the meantime, Johnny, you're closing. If you know where Mr. Oscar Brown is, please tell us. Go ahead.
Yeah, he know where he's in Los Angeles.
How do I know, my brother? How do I know? But I really wish I would know. I wish I would know to help. First of all, to protect him, because I think he should be protected if he given the opportunity to provide information on the role he played at the airport and how he will be linked and what has been happening there. But look, this is very serious. So I'm working in the back with our fellows Peabody, Tomalin, Pewee, and all of you, Mr. Gayman. That the member wants to talk about this because you see, there's a serious matter. Today we spent a lot of time talking about this thing, and he asked me if I can talk to the guys to come on Monday to provide, his insight on the thing. Not necessarily political, but looking at it as a social problem that affects the generation that succeed us. Today's generation is already what they are doing, but how do we protect the future generation, those that comes after us? So we hope that this will be okay. And Monday he will join us to share his insight, to share what he thinks should be done to support, the LGEA, and how can we address this drug issue in the country. This is already at hand. We arrested this one, but do we know what's happening in the background? We don't know what's happening there. Maybe there's another concern prepare for the next flight. Packing somewhere, in somewhere, how in Moreover, we don't know. So we have to be very mindful how to address the issue of drug. This cocaine and other drug issue should not be handled politically. That's my advice I would give to everybody, whether you are in government or not in government. When you address this matter, let's see it from a Liberian social problem issue that we want to address, because it affects everybody, every family, every household will be affected by the kind of issue that's going on. So let me say thank you, Mr. Gilman, for having the show on. I appreciate Nagbe and Pewee and the guests we have. I think he did well to talk about the issue of this diaspora issue. And the reason why I raised that question, I have a strong feeling that we need to have a heritage program. That's what I'm working on right now. Hopefully, before the end of the month, I will have my own institution that will be working on preserving and protecting Liberian heritage, doing more research and making sure that Liberians that are not in Liberia need to be acquainted with their customs and tradition. And are doing it across the entire country. Since I had the opportunity to travel the length and breadth and live in every country and be able to learn some of the traditional and cultural and things from every ethnic group, I'm trying to put my eyes together to see how I can be a help to Liberia in preserving and protecting our cultural heritage for the unborn generation. So thank you. We hope to see you tomorrow. And long lay the closing argument in serving the brand people.
Thank you. And next time, you please call your folks in Lofa County today. Kotu, I think yesterday, did an impromptu visit to Lofa and went to the unification site there, and the stuff had been abandoned. Grass grown all over the place. It's dilapidated. They have vandalized all the place.
I know about that very well. The last time I was there, I walked there.
You
about
preserving our culture, and it's right there. This is a
exactly. This is why I'm saying I'm getting my own organization formed that we're looking for partnerships so that we can preserve and protect all these places that we need to keep for our unborn generation.
Then what is the job of the government? There's another organization that came out and said they want to supplement government, they want to build roads, they want to do electricity. Now you are talking about preserving. In this country, in civilized country, they have preservation society. The government, it's the government's job to preserve all these monuments. And then if private people are doing it, private people building roads, private people building electricity according to the other folks, then what is the responsibility of the government? Honorable Nagbe, close, let's go.
Yeah, that's what the diaspora fund is supposed to do, to take on the government responsibility,
That's correct. And then the government just eat the rest of the money.
Exactly. They just sit on there, but thanks to Johnny for coming. I know it's pretty late in life, but thanks to Abu. We haven't seen him in a while. And thanks to Emina Weti today for coming on to share, what the work that the Doha conference is doing, and hope that the effort bear fruit, So congratulations. But talking about this drug thing, and this is a serious matter. I think all of us here, at least we are in agreement, and I just don't understand, why it is going the way it is. But in any case, the way it is proceeding is going in the opposite direction. Our government is taking this thing in the opposite direction. This is this is an existential threat to the republic, and I just hope that the government can quickly turn this thing around, and right now they're in a deficit terms of confidence. A lot of people are beginning to distrust, the sincerity in investigating and bringing this matter to closure. Now people are going into hiding. All of this. Obviously, there's some big, as we all know in Liberia, people run away from the big people. But we'll continue to do our part. Hopefully, this young man will call in tomorrow. Hope to be with you guys tomorrow. And hopefully, somehow, some way, we can help the process. Congratulations to Rodney, for that investigative piece. I just went and found it and I read it. It's very short but very detailed. I hope Mr. Brown is okay, but wherever he is, whether he's in China or in Ethiopia, or wherever he is, he better. He better. The China. My wife was in China for a conference. Those people they got men. They got people who follow you around. So this guy must be very resourceful. I know he's a security man to have managed to evade, those people and wherever he is. I hope he's okay. But I just wanted to mention here, joining since the political leader got engaged, we don't see the man anymore. I mean, is he doing politics part-time now, or what's going on?
The man said he's coming on Monday. What else do you want from him?
But that's why I'm turning ready now. He better come ready on Monday because the question will be firing. But anyway, say hi to
Ladies and gentlemen, Monday, Dr. Morva is going to be, what is full name? Clarence
K.
Moneyba will be here to discuss he will be sitting on the hot seat, so we can see not only to critique the other government, but if he were president, what would he do?
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, let's go to Sylvester Pewee. Take us home, man. You are muted. We gotta go to before the game starts, man. You gotta hurry up. Let's go.
Yeah, the game will soon be Sunday. The ceremony is ongoing. Normally when I come to the closing, I can close in 1 minute. I think it was a great show. We look forward to having other super activities moving forward. It was a great thing today. My man Alfonso Davis scored a hat trick. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
And Canada won 6. That's good.
6-0. Can you imagine that?
Wait, Qatar with all that money they got? Jeez.
Yeah, and they I think the last World Cup they hosted they
did better. In fact, the first game here, they did better.
Yeah, Qatar can play like
yeah.
Is it Tama can play like
yeah, you finish.
So that whole money thing, Qatar. That ain't too hard to get do that thing.
Everybody made 10 million out of it, but they can't score.
Yeah. Nothing. Are you kidding me? World Cup.
Listen, that coach better don't go by the way behead him.
And our flash electronic was saying, he said the coach no, I think there was something in the middle of that. Says no, but President Trump was saying he met one of the guys that come from the UAE. He said, you see how the men talking so soft, quiet, and the rich boy, they don't cause noise.
They don't talk, but when they talk, it reverberates, go far. They don't say anything. Trump Raider would look at our guy and say, you wanted to say, you speak like a girl.
Yeah. But another way you want to say, but no, the money, but the
people they just get $1 billion, $1 billion play.
You can't do anything kind of loud. Yeah, I want my man said before quickly. Man said they're not bringing the man can play for what he normally when they eat for your wrong quality for your thing. For your one when he play the ball,
that ball way in the air.
It's a Josa. We on the field, we play the ball. They're not bring him over 18, it's like kind of line now. They go okay, but that thing is it.
You remember Steve Macondo is commentary? And he kicked the ball go in the off.
Look. Listen, y'all gotta be mindful. Listen, Pewee don't marry. Pewee don't marry both of them, and they don't marry to come. our food ain't look. Listen, look, look. Mr. Gayman,
When you say the ball go in the up,
the ball going up.
Let me close that go. I don't. If you manage to put that.
When you went,
No,
when I did the survey info,
no.
they kiss him.
Pewee are protesting. No, Pewee, I'm protesting here. This is not serious protest.
When they ready,
we are closing and somebody dropping there. That go.
They let Jones start.
Is it Tamasin? Tamasin.
The fact is, man, I'm bad. The Diva survey in 2010. I came around. First time for ya. So I went to the guy messaging online. He said, yeah, he cheering that he was saying now. He said, my name Jones started the first.
Oh.
My son Jones started the second. Jones started the third. He said, my son, put it there as I say. I Jones started the first.
That's right.
For your long quality.
Yeah, I'm the first.
Jones started the second. Jones started the third. My wife, she outside the tag.
I mean, I don't get in trouble. Yeah, you're good now.
Good man.
Hey, I tell the ball for Canada, don't kick the ball in the up.
Yeah, he kicked the ball. He kicked the ball going up.
Okay, guys, tomorrow let's do
the ball going up.